Monday, October 21, 2024. We'll call the meeting to order at 7 o'clock. Please stand and join me in pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. We're going to get going. I think we're going to have a busy night tonight. So Elise, we call roll, please.
Here. Here. Councilmember Long.
Here.
Councilmember Grau.
Here.
Mayor Winchell.
Here. Adopting the agenda. Do we have to note that flip here? There's a
I would.
okay. All right, so we need to adopt the agenda, but there was one item that was taken out of consent and added as 7D, adopt resolution 2024 approving and adopting the assessment role for the street construction. That has to be a done action item, not consent. So that would be the only change to the agenda. So if someone's willing to make that motion.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield, adopting the agenda with the corrections of moving item, I think it was 7F to 8D in consent. So discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. Moves on to 5. Is there anyone here that wants to speak that is not an agenda item under visitor presentation? Yes, you got to come on up, state your name, address. Yep.
First meeting, so I don't know.
Hi. Good evening.
I was wondering if you have any intentions on addressing the electric bikes and all the different kinds of scooters that are flying up and down these walking paths and on the streets. I can barely walk my dog anymore without somebody flying up on me going 25, 30 miles an hour. It's like walking down the road with small motorcycles.
It's an item we've talked about, but it's a giant issue, bigger than, we ourselves can't tackle it. But I know that we've talked about, is there a way? I don't know, because I agree with you. I'm 100% with you. That these things, a lot of our trails say non-motorized, these things are motorized, they're flying down them. I don't know the answer. I totally 100% agree
What
with you.
about them being required to have a license?
I don't know. Can we do that individually as a city?
I don't believe we can. I mean, what we can do is we can do some research on this because there was, it was 2 sessions ago at the state legislature that they gave a lot of incentives for e-bikes and did a lot of stuff revolving around that. I don't think we have the ability to license them. I don't know whether we have the right to restrict them from trails, but we can do some research and find out.
Vehicles.
Yeah, the state's definition might be different though. And so that's what we have to check into, but we certainly can do some look into that and.
It's just dangerous. Yeah. I can't tell you how many times, I keep my dog on a leash. And if she's not gonna sit right here with me, she wants to go sniff and, pee in the grass. And these guys come whipping around these corners and, it is, they're like projectiles coming at you and you can't hear them coming, So.
You're the first one that's publicly brought it to us. We've had some discussion about what we can do about that.
That's the problem.
It's just that it's definitely a challenge without a doubt because of,
Well,
there-
what other avenues could a person pursue to get this ball rolling?
Let us do some research to figure out sort of where the generation of the regulations are coming from.
All right,
And then we could probably answer that question better at that point.
all right.
Before you go, I want to get your name and number though,
Yeah.
so I can make sure you go.
Howard.
yeah, just state it because it's recorded
Well, I
now.
don't- Phone number, I mean.
Clayton Duncan, DUNCAN. My number is 612-267-7642. Am I only allowed one If I could just bring up one other small. I mean, I know there's a whole bunch of people here,
We'll
but
see how small it is.
I tend to get a little passionate. At the dog park, you got the small one and then the wooded one. What are the possibilities of getting lights in that small dog park? It's open till 10 o'clock, but as you can see right now, it's 7 o'clock and it's pitch black over there.
Streetlights right close by and around the park?
No, you can't see anything in there. I mean, I know y'all just put up a pickleball court and, but I think there's more people that want to walk our dogs than people want to play pickleball, Oh, maybe not.
Careful.
Yeah.
That,
I mean,
you might be, I might have 7 pickleball people coming up here now.
Spotlights facing into the park, that way they're not, shining into the neighbors,
Well, again, that's something we
Yeah,
can look
well,
into.
yep, I'll check into it and then I'll give you a call back.
All right, thanks.
Done?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for coming.
Not really, but good.
Thank you for bringing that forward. Appreciate it. But it's no doubt a concern, and with, everybody pushing the electric bikes and scooters, it's kind of hard to battle it now, so. But we'll look into it, so thanks. All right, anyone else on a visitor presentation not on an agenda item? Not seeing anything. All right, we'll move on to approving previous meeting minutes, and that's from 10/7/2024. Again, if there are no corrections or additions, I would entertain a motion to approve. Motion by Councilmember Grau,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hubbard. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries, moves us to consent. These are items that need our approval, but not necessarily conversation, but any and all can be pulled off and have a conversation if necessary. The only thing that I'd like to mention is the staff report on the Creek Road honorary name designation. That has changed now from right after the veteran service at the middle school. They had requested 1 or 2 o'clock, so I'm gonna try to nail that down a little bit more. So it won't be right after that program, but that's pretty fluid, but the signs and all that have been pretty much figured out, and there is gonna be the like a little ceremony, whatever. I'll get the 2 commanders to say what time exactly do you want to do it. For all you sitting out here wondering what I'm talking about is we're designated Creek Road as Veterans Highway with the VFW there in a park there. The 2 commanders came and wanted to know if we would do that. So that's kind of what's happening with that. So but that's the only change that I have on consent. Anyone else have anything? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hatfield,
Second.
second by Councilmember Wong. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. All right, we move into action items. First one on the list, 8A, adopt resolution 2024-80 and ordinance 1050 approving the preliminary site and building plan, preliminary plat zoning ordinance amendment and conditional use permit for Cloud HQ.
Mayor and Council, this is an item that came from the Planning Commission, was referred to the council with a recommendation to approve both the zoning ordinance change and the conditional use permit. The Cloud HQ data center site, as we've talked about for quite some time, is just north of the United Health Group data center and the Stream data centers that are in the West Creek Corporate Center, and would be a building that would basically take that north parcel that is currently owned by the Kelzer family. For this one, I'm going to turn it over to Liz, who will present the item, go through the discussion that occurred at the Planning Commission and the recommendations that were made.
Matt, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Excuse me. We've got a preliminary site and building plan, preliminary plat, zoning ordinance amendment, and conditional use permit requested this evening for the Cloud HQ project. So to give you an overview of where the site is located, it's highlighted in the orange yellow box on this screen here. The adjoining uses surrounding the site contain residential within the Clover Ridge neighborhood on the east and north sides of the site. The west side is adjoined by open rural residential zoned area. There is a city-owned substation that's on the southwest corner of the site. And this site would gain access off of West Creek Lane to the south, which is also known as West Creek Corporate Center. So this site is the last remaining site within that corporate center. And then Angler Boulevard, just to the south here, the main drag that West Creek Lane accesses from. Here's an existing conditions aerial exhibit if we need to refer back to at any point. In terms of where we're at in the process, we have a 3-step process with the city. We're at the second step in the process. Concept plan happened a couple years ago. Right now we're at preliminary and we're looking at more of the technical analysis of the site, looking at civil drawings and architectural plans with this step. So there's a third and final step following this step if this moves forward this evening. In terms of previous approvals that have occurred on the site back in 2015 and 2017, the preliminary approvals occurred for a different plan for this site. It was for 4 data centers. And that's when the rezoning of the property occurred at that time to the PID 7 district. And that's when the building height at 36 feet maximum was placed within the zoning, was in reference to that previous 4 building concept. In August of 2022 is when we saw a new concept plan come forward for the Kelzer site. The 4 data center project mentioned before did not move forward onto final approvals, nor was ever built. So in August of 2022, a new plan came forward proposed by Cloud HQ. And that was approved at that time. The details surrounding that concept plan included a 72-foot building, 1.4 million square feet of total square footage for the building, a 30-foot berm on the north and east sides, mechanical equipment on top of the building, which would include generators and cooling systems, and then also a need for a new substation to provide the needed electric capacity for this building. And then in January of 2023, an AUAR was completed and adopted for the data center proposal, which is the environmental review of the site. And then in October of 2023, the applicant came forward with a conditional use permit to start the construction of the berm. As of today, the berm has not started construction, but that CUP is still in place. The applicant has conducted a couple neighborhood meetings, one that occurred on August 13th this year, which was to provide updates to their preliminary plan to the neighbors since it was a couple years since their concept plan submittal. They wanted to provide kind of notice on where they were at in the process and their preliminary plan. And then an additional neighborhood meeting was conducted today, this afternoon ahead of this meeting. The plan that was approved in August 2022 with the concept plan is shown as the visual on this slide here. In terms of existing conditions of the property, as I mentioned before, it has been rezoned to PID 7. So that is the current zoning on the property. The overall property is composed of 2 separate parcels that total approximately 72 acres in size. There's currently a homestead on the smaller parcel, and the remaining area is used for agricultural purposes. The driveway or the access to the homestead today exists off of Schoolmaster Drive through an outlot owned by the city, sorry, right here. And accesses into that property that will be removed as part of this project moving forward, so that driveway would no longer exist. There is an XL transmission easement that bifurcates the property. It's shown in kind of the dotted line, east to west through the property. That's 125 feet wide and contains 2 transmission towers within that easement. And then, as mentioned before, there is a city-owned substation just on the southwest portion of the property or edge of the property. That's 50 megawatts in size. So the current request this evening is multifaceted. So there's 4 different requests as a part of this overall request. One is including the preliminary site and building plan, which is for the data center itself, which would total at 1.4 million square feet in total square footage. The footprint of the building is at 715,000 square feet. So it's 2 stories with 1.4 million square feet of enclosed space. The height of the building is proposed at 72.5 feet tall. Again, it's 2 stories, and then there's an additional penthouse area to enclose the mechanical equipment on top of those 2 stories. And that's at its tallest point, it's 72.5 feet. In addition, they are.
Liz, we keep saying it's 72 feet, but I thought it's just 2 towers that are 72 feet. The rest of the building is a different height, correct?
It's the penthouse portion that encloses the mechanical equipment that's at 72.5 feet.
Okay, so that's the top, and then the rest of it is what, 50?
It is 48.5 feet. The request also includes a preliminary plat, which would be platted into 1 lot. And then the third part of the request is a zoning ordinance amendment to the PID 7 district, which would include 3 different amendment areas. One would be amendment to the development standards for parking. The second would be for the building height, and then the third would be for the landscaping for the site. And then lastly, there's a conditional use permit proposed for the new substation proposed on site, which would be a 200 megawatt substation. This colorized exhibit shows the preliminary site plan. It's colorized to help to easily understand the different components of the site. The building is showcased in blue on this exhibit here. It's rectangular in footprint, and again, at 715,000 square feet in building footprint area. The building is 72.5 feet high, and this is where that zoning ordinance amendment is being requested for. Access into the property would come from the south side of the property where West Creek Lane stubs off into a cul-de-sac today. So they would provide their private drive access off of that cul-de-sac. A security gate and booth is proposed at the south side, which would provide security and access control into the site, which is a pretty typical provision for data center buildings, is they normally have security fencing and a security gate at the vehicle entrance to control movement into and out of the site.
Was there security fencing all around the whole thing? And then, so on the backside near the berming and landscaping, where over kind of where the parking is, where would the security fencing fall in that area?
Yeah, I might have
Of the
to,
berm?
yeah, it's on the back.
The side of the berm.
Correct. Yep, it basically encloses the parking area, the parking lot.
Okay, so kind of the white area.
Yep.
Okay.
All the way around that portion. The front of the building would face north. So basically where I'm showing my cursor here on this screen, it's kind of delayed, sorry. So the front entrance of the building would face north and have kind of that direct access to their main parking lot on the northwest side here. The building is set back a variety of feet from each edge of the property, but it was intentionally pushed to its westernmost property line and as far south as they could without encroaching into the easement area. Between its north property line, it's 345 feet from the nearest edge of the north property line. The south at its nearest edge is 165 feet away from that south property line. The east side here is approximately 780 feet away from the nearest property line. And then the west side is approximately 88 feet away. The parking proposed will total 358 parking stalls if you count their proof of parking for the entire site. They would only be constructing 235 stalls with the inception of the building to help supplement what they need for parking on site. Per the PID 7 code, the way it's stated today would require 715 stalls based on the size of this building. And so the amendment to the zoning includes an amendment for the parking for this building. And we'll get into the details of that a little bit later. The new substation is proposed on the south side of the property, adjacent to the existing substation that the city owns. And that was done so to provide the biggest separation from residential on the north and east sides here. And then the berm, which is shown in green on this exhibit, would be approximately 30 feet tall and be within a 300-foot buffer. Excuse me. The elevation plans are shown on these next few slides. The 72.5-foot dimension is from grade to the tallest point on the building, which would encompass those mechanical equipment areas that would have the generators and the enclosed spaces, and then the cooling systems in the architectural screen wall area. And then 48.5 feet is proposed at the tallest point of the second story of the building, which are these stairway towers on the corners of the building. And then this dimension in between is 46 feet tall, where I'm showing my cursor.
Hey Liz, out of clarification, just for, because some properties, when they put rooftop units, they wouldn't enclose them. In a situation like that, how do we measure the height of the building to the top of the roof, and we don't count the generator that's on the roof? In this case, we're counting it because it's enclosed, correct?
The area here is fully enclosed that will house the generators, so it technically has a roof on it there.
To your point, I drove out there and I think I'm not sure which of the buildings, if it's UHDs, but you can see all that equipment
It is.
clearly, above the building. So, but that's
Yeah, I'm
all.
just curious where we measure it in that situation versus when we decide to close it type thing. Okay.
Here's the north elevation shown on this side here. The top portion shows the full elevation for the north facade. And then the south elevation here, which is broken up in 3 pieces, but the full is shown on the top portion of the slide here. These are the floor plans, the first floor and second floor. The yellow indicates the data hall storage area. The green is the area that would house administrative staff, offices in the front entrance. And then the red portion here is support area for the data halls. And then the penthouse on top, again, this is the area that houses the mechanical equipment. The purple area, which is, it's kind of hard to see on this slide here, would house the generators. So those are the fully enclosed areas of the building. And then with the red squares here, this would be screened by the architectural screen wall that would house the cooling units. And that would have an open top to those screen walls. The building will be composed of a couple different materials. The main ones are shown on these three images here. The building will be made of precast concrete panels for a majority of the building. And then kind of the anchoring elements or the corners and portions of the building will be broken up with these aluminum stainless steel elements inserted into the concrete to provide a level of depth and breaking in the massing within the concrete. In addition, due to the expanse of the building, they will be incorporating green walls, as they call them, or cables that will have ivy and vines that grow up the cabling system there. To help provide some softness to the building. And they'll be using two different colors in the precast panels to help provide some variety and articulation on the building. Here are a few renderings of the building materials, as well as the green walls proposed on sides of the building. The west facade, so what would be facing out towards the rural residential area, is shown on the top image. And then the north facade, which is the entrance of the building, is shown on the bottom. The landscape plan is shown on this slide here. In terms of what code requires based on the size of building, we're at 1,500, a little over 1,500 trees are required for overstory trees. They're proposing in their submittal with us initially showing 926 trees. I will be showing an updated exhibit later on, but just to go through kind of the order of motions here and bringing this one up. Our understory tree requirement based on this size of building is at 390. Their plan is showing 323. The shrub count is a little over 2,300 shrubs, and they're at 1,500 with this plan shown on this screen here. So they're obviously deficient in what they're showing on site here. So part of this request is an amendment to the PID 7 district to include an alternative landscape provision for this site, which we'll get into more detail later. This is their cross-section exhibit that was provided with their preliminary submittal to show different section cuts between the building site and adjacent residential and other properties. So we'll walk through those. So we'll start with section A, which is the properties that are on Schoolmaster Drive. They showed a cross-section exhibit showing the adjacent residential home, the proposed berm with landscaping, and then the proposed building to show how those sight lines from the adjacent residential would correspond with the proposed building. So the line of sight being shown here is from the second story window.
So it is from the second, so they're standing upstairs in their house, looking out the window, that's what they're, okay.
That's what this exhibit is showing for all of the cross sections that will be shown. This is the cross section with the residential on Clover Meadow Drive. So on the east side of the property. So you can understand what that distance and separation looks like. The line of sight is this line here.
Side that has like 700 plus feet.
Yes, yep, over 700 feet of separation. And then another cross-section between the southeast corner of the site and residential on Telzer Pass. And then the last one is with the adjacent open area to the west there. We've also included a couple renderings that have been shared since concept plan submission, which show the landscaping and views from the adjacent residential from backyards to understand what the berm and some landscaping on top and on the berm would look like. When these renderings were created, the applicant had noted that this was the landscape plan before it has been beefed up to what it is in the preliminary. So
There's gonna be more tree.
correct, yep. The substation, again, this component is proposed on the south side of the site and requires the conditional use permit. It's a 200 megawatt substation that would be utilized or in commission by our energy partner MMPA. The first phase of it would be constructed with the Cloud HQ building. So 50 megawatts would be that first phase of that substation. So similar in capacity to the substation to the west of it. The full build out will bring it to 200 megawatts, which would help service 50 megawatts of the Cloud HQ site, but also surrounding users within the area.
One thing that I'll quickly point out on that, when we built West Creek Substation to the west of this, we made one pad for a 50 megawatt transformer. So probably what would end up happening is temporarily you'd see that pad be used to put down 50 megawatt transformer there while this is being built. And then once this is built, then that transformer would be transferred over to that new substation.
So a couple of the components that are within this substation would include the largest structure being 110 feet tall, which is a monopole structure. An example of this is shown in this image here. So it's basically 3.5 feet wide at its base, and then it tapers up to 2.5 inches at the top of its structure. And there would be one of those. And then the next tallest structures are 65 feet tall, which would be dead end structures to connect into the overhead lines that are within the XL transmission easement on site. So again, this one, this piece requires a conditional use permit per our code. And getting into that, it references our zoning chapter 15.04.040 for essential services. Substations require a conditional use permit. In terms of the analysis, the full analysis is in the report, but there's 6 standards that are noted to meet in terms of granting a conditional use permit. So how this substation relates to this project in particular, the building itself does need the substation in order to operate on day one, as the existing substation owned by the city does not have the capacity to give them on day one. So that is why they are proposing a substation with this building to help with their initial needs. The positioning of it was intentionally done to be adjacent to the existing substation, as well as be on the south side and screened by the building, which is 72.5 feet tall. So it will screen a majority, almost all of the components of the substation from the building itself. And then with the berm, the 30-foot berm on the north and east sides, it will significantly screen the pieces within the substation. The placement, again, was also done because of the compatibility of being adjacent to nearby electric facilities such as the transmission towers and the area.
Just to clarify on that, one of the things that's unique about this site is it has two pieces of infrastructure that come and sort of meet in one spot. So there's the 230 kV electric line that goes east-west through the site. And then coming from the south, from across the river, is the 115 kV line. And
Is that the one
so,
that goes on Jonathan Carver, 11 to Victoria,
Yes.
Victoria Road, that one?
yes, yep,
That comes from over the river?
I'll take that back. It comes from Augusta.
Okay.
But the two match right at that site. And so that's why this site, from a electric load, has the capacity to be able to handle that type of a load.
So in terms of the analysis completed, the request for the conditional use permit is reasonable from staff's perspective. Getting into the zoning ordinance amendment portion of this proposal, again, it's 3 different amendments that are being proposed with this project. One related to parking, the second related to building height, and the third related to landscaping. In terms of the parking amendment, it was anticipated during the concept plan approval portion of this project that we would likely be coming in with a parking change for this, for data centers. The current PID 7 code states 1 space required for each 2,000 square feet of warehouse floor or data hall area. The proposed code requested would be to change the provision for the data hall use to 1 space for each 4,000 square feet of data hall area. So when the parking code was put into place, we took the most relevant part of our current parking code to apply to data centers. At that time, we didn't understand what the parking for these types of uses would really require, as we didn't have precedents, we didn't have other data centers to make our analysis on. So we did take the most consistent or compatible use that was currently in our code, which was our warehousing use, providing 1 space for 2,000 square feet. Now that we have 3 data centers out in the West Creek Corporate Center area, we have more real data to pull from to understand what the parking needs are out there. So based on what they provide on the 3 other existing sites, UHG, Stream, and US Bank, they're really around that 1 space per 4,000 square feet provision. And with that new code in place and what Cloud HQ is able to provide and what they believe is adequate to serve their site, they would also meet that new code provision. So all of the existing uses in terms of what they provide for parking today and based on the size of their buildings, as well as what Cloud HQ is providing, the new parking provision, as it's stated, we believe is reasonable to accommodate the data center use in PID 7.
Have we determined when the building is built out, the amount of employees that'll be working there?
In Cloud HQ, yeah, they've stated that 75 to 100 employees would work there. I think they'll be able to provide a little bit more data in terms of full-time employees work in the building because it kind of fluctuates. But approximately in terms of how many people they get in for this size of building, it's 75 to 100. The second amendment is in relation to the building height. So again, back in 2022, when the concept plan was approved, it was based on the height of a 72-foot tall building. And there was anticipation that an amendment would need to occur to the PID 7 zoning district to amend the max building height.
Oh, do we have any idea why a 36-foot height? I mean, houses are over that. Do we have any idea what prompted that to be put in place?
Yeah, I suspect that's the height of the 4 buildings that were being proposed for that site.
Yeah. Typically, when we do a rezoning on a property, we are looking at the specific project in front of us at that time to establish development standards. And that's pretty typical plan districts in general, is when we have a site plan come through and there's a rezoning a part of it. We are basically codifying the conditions of that plan as a part of that rezoning.
And the reason being for that is that you don't want that to go and change. And, you know, you want to make it difficult for that to change in the future. You know, if you say what they're building is what the max is, then you create some certainty about what's going to happen in the future.
So the proposed max height, or the amendment that's being sought this evening is to, change the max height for specifically the, Kelzer site to 72.5 feet. The 36 feet would still apply to the properties to the south. And that is because the berm to the south is smaller than the one that is proposed with the north side here. So with their analysis of showing a 72.5 building, plus a 30-foot berm and landscaping on top, they're showing building setbacks that are greater than what was shown in 2017, specifically for the east side. The north side is the same. They did provide cross sections to show those relationships between the neighboring properties to help substantially screen the building from the adjacent residential. And because of those pieces and provisions, the request to amend the building height from staff's opinion is a reasonable request. And then lastly, the landscaping amendment. So as noted before, they are deficient in what is being provided on site to meet the city's landscape ordinance. They do have a portion of their site, which is the backside of their berm. So the non-residential facing parts of the berm that does have adequate space to be able to accommodate these additional or deficient plantings. However, the applicant brought up an alternative to explore to hopefully provide a more productive and sustainable use of those plantings that would be more visibly or public fronting in other areas.
So just to clarify what you said and say it out loud to myself so it makes sense. In theory, they could meet the requirement, but they would be planting things that only people there could see. No one on the other side of the berm would be able to see. And the argument being made, well, that doesn't make much sense because we're producing the berm and the landscaping to help shield it. Okay, understood. Just want to make, like I said, helps me reword it into my head.
That doesn't mean that it couldn't be that way,
Correct.
but it's
But that's
just saying
the logic they're saying.
it's just saying there's an alternative.
Yeah, got it.
So the other alternatives that the applicant has brought up are to look at installing trees on the outlots that are directly adjacent to the site on the east side of the site to help bolster the residential screen edge. They have already showed 23 trees in this area. There's probably a couple spaces they can fill in there to capture that area as much as possible. And then the other alternative is to create a tree bank or collective fund to capture the deficient landscape quantities. and to be used in more public benefiting spaces, so public parks, or other places that the public would be able to benefit from more directly.
One other thing we talked about today in the neighborhood meeting too is potentially as an alternative, looking at increasing the caliper of trees to be able to bolster that up. So instead of planting two small trees, that you plant a larger caliper tree so that you wouldn't have as long of a period to wait for it to mature to actually get that screening quality.
Questions on the alternative, this tree bank, have we ever used a tree bank idea anywhere else for any other project? And so the side question then is, one of the comments in the letters that was provided in here talked about providing that some of that bank to be planted in the residence space. Can the city even do that? Like, you get a free tree, you get a free tree. I mean, I understand the logic behind that person's comment.
Yeah.
I'm just curious because it does create, I'm just curious if we can do that. I mean,
Hey,
we have a tree, we have a tree purchase program,
I was gonna say,
which could help work that.
there's probably a way we can do that.
I was just curious. 'Cause
I'd have to think about the mechanism of how you do that, but there probably is a way we can do that.
Didn't we do something with Appoden? Cause they required more landscaping than they could, because of the size of it, that they could put on their property. What did we did something with Appoden on
Nate,
there.
do you remember what?
They did end up meeting the
Yeah.
landscape.
Yeah, I think they ended up just squeezing everything on
They
site.
did.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
There was some bleed over into adjoining ponding areas.
like areas that we own.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit, but otherwise they met
Know
the
that was a
quantity.
station, based on the size of the building, that it was a challenge for them to get all that in.
I mean, I don't think that's a terrible idea. I
I
mean,
didn't either. It was
yeah.
interesting because I suspect like, here's my house, here's the trees, I can see it, because it's the hardest thing, and I know a lot of people will probably speak to this, is what is, we can look at pretty pictures, we can look at architect. It's gonna be really hard until it's actually there, right? And so then partly it's like, okay, well, this looks good except this one spot. Can I get a tree on my property here? So it's an interesting idea, because I get it where, they're placing things. You get three people in a backyard trying to figure out where to put a tree, they're gonna have three different places to put the tree until you kind of see that property. So I was just curious, because like I said, I read that, I was like, it's not, it isn't a bad idea. I'm just.
It's not uncommon, other cities have done it. Correct? Well,
In public boulevard space, yes. I don't know on actual, in people's actual yards.
no,
I think it's worth looking into.
Yeah, we can certainly look into it. And like I said,
public boulevard.
I would have to think there's a mechanism for us to be able to do that if that's a direction we wanted to go.
It's only been an offer, not a must take, because if someone says, I'm fine with no trees, right, given to one of my neighbors, they don't have to take the tree, right?
Yeah,
Ostensibly,
We can do some more looking into it.
sure.
Yeah, it was good comment, good feedback in that letter about that. Okay, thank you.
What will the berming be planted with, like natural prairie grasses? So there'll be some, as far as like below the trees, some height from that too, coming up from the ground. Not a lot, I get that, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be a natural seed mix. Just to continue on this landscape amendment. So we've had a couple of conversations with the applicant in terms of, before we get to the alternatives that they've provided to us, there were objectives that they needed to fulfill in order for us to continue on that conversation. And those objectives were providing an amount of trees that get close to the full requirement for this size of building, but also creates a balanced, feasible, and sustainable outcome on the site. So still providing a plan that they believe will survive and continue to grow through time. Increasing the amount of the larger caliber inch trees on site, so the 3, 3.5, 4, and 4.5 trees beyond the threshold that the city's ordinance has in place, which is 10% of the trees need to be those larger caliber inch trees. So telling them to provide the larger caliber inches beyond that 10% threshold for those sizes. And the table on this screen, based on the plan that was submitted with preliminary, indicates those efforts to get above that 10% requirement, which would mean the 2.5, so the starting standard kind of falls below that 60% requirement. So then bolstering these percentages for the larger caliber inches. And then lastly, but most significantly, placing the priority of their landscaping and the plantings on the berm side facing residential to maximize the screening there as much as possible. So getting into the analysis, which we'll have kind of a follow-up piece to this too later on, but the building, the size of it is definitely a size that has been unprecedented in the city in terms of square footage. The intent of the city's landscape ordinance and what is stated in the PID district for landscaping, staff believes has been met with the applicant's proposed landscape plan. And the objectives that were previously stated have also been met from staff's perspective. They've placed plantings in all feasible and beneficial areas of the site. As you can see, the plantings are densely placed on the east and north sides to hit that objective of providing maximized screening towards the residential. I think staff is in alignment with the placement of plantings in community areas or public facing areas are more productive versus placing the plantings on the back side of the berm where only fewer people will be able to benefit from that. So in that case, staff believes the alternatives that have been presented to us are acceptable and a more beneficial outcome to the public. So the request to amend the landscaping provisions are reasonable. I do want to provide an update since Planning Commission approval because it kind of bleeds into this landscaping conversation that we're continuing to have. As was mentioned, Planning Commission did recommend approval of the project on both motions for the preliminary site and building plan and for the zoning ordinance amendments, including looking at this alternative for landscaping. We have received a fair amount of concerns from the residents since Planning Commission and during Planning Commission. Most of them, but not limited to, pertain to the sight lines from their properties, the building height, noise, and then construction of the project. In response to those concerns that were raised, we did add 2 more conditions outside of the Planning Commission approval or recommendation to help aid or help address some of those concerns. So condition 14 and 15 in the approving resolution help to bolster some of the addressing of the concerns. So condition 14 relates to bolstering the quantity of the 3 to 4.5 caliber inch trees on the residential side of the berm to its greatest ability, and to be addressed by final submittal. Condition number 15 refers back to the conditional use permit that was approved in October of last year, which lay out a number of conditions specifically related to construction on the site, noise, dust control, that sort of thing. So it's referencing that resolution that was approved during that time. It's whether or not it's a condition, it's still in place, but we just want to make sure that's still referenced too. And then additionally, in response to specifically condition number 14 and hearing the number of concerns from the residents, the applicant has produced an updated landscape plan to bolster those larger caliber inch trees. And that was shared today, and it was provided in your packet today to show the efforts that have been done ahead of this meeting. And that plan is shown here on the screen. The comparison really gets down to kind of the percentages of those 3 to 4.5, which have been beefed up a little bit since Planning Commission approval. And really, the valuation difference between kind of Planning Commission approval up to now and what they're showing. Planning Commission approval, their caliber inch provided was around 2,700 inches and 926 trees. The plan that's been provided to date or up till this point with the caliber inches bolstered, they're at a little over 3,200 caliber inches and a little over 1,000 trees with that latest plan. Because this plan came in after the original packet went out, we have a few slides. If council is in support of the direction that the landscaping is going in terms of the alternative and in terms of what they're providing with their latest plan, we do have a slide to capture that with the latest exhibits if you feel in support of those most up-to-date landscape plans. But really what it boils down to is 2 separate motions this evening. One would be to adopt resolution number 2024-80, which would be approving the preliminary site and building plan, preliminary plat and conditional use permit for Cloud HQ in the new substation. And then a second motion would be to adopt ordinance number 1050, approving the zoning ordinance amendments to PID 7 as depicted in Exhibit A, which shows the amendments and what we've run through this evening on this presentation. Happy to answer any questions. We do have the applicant here and their team here to help answer questions. So yeah, thank you.
Questions? So since we've started this plan, has anything changed from those starting at neighborhood meetings to concept? It's always been the same plan. I'm not talking the 4 buildings now. I'm talking this current plan from the very beginning. Nothing has changed. Is that correct? Height-wise, building,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
The building size and the building height and the berm have all stayed the same.
Okay, so there is no
The
change.
landscaping has changed.
The landscaping, which, yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
But one of the emails I got said that everything has changed on it. And I want to clarify that in my own mind because I didn't believe that anything changed since I'll call this the second revision of someone building there, that this has always been the plan from the beginning. Like I said, starting with the neighborhood meetings that they had, and then with us having the concept plan and planning commission and all that, nothing has changed. Okay.
Can you go back to just a map of the property?
Okay.
Just any map of the property. Maybe I think it's like one slide back, like that'll work. Help me understand staging. That works too, just perspective. So construction stage, you build the berm first. Do the trees get planted right away when the berm's done? Okay.
Yes.
And then construction traffic to the actual building is accessing it from the south there, correct?
Yes.
And roughly, I know I read some things, I'm just trying to get all the facts in my head. Roughly timeline of construction, I guess berm / building space. Do we have a sense of like how long they think it's good, that construction period lasts?
The applicant might need to clarify or confirm for me, but I think the berm construction takes around 9 months or so. It's dependent on dirt being available, which can kind of make that timeline fluctuate, but that's what they've stated to us. And then in terms of the building and the construction timeline for that, it's roughly a 1.5 to 2 year build out.
And it's, that property's done. Cause this is the last thing in that space that can go.
And when, when you say build, is that including the inside with the outside? I mean, so we're not talking, and I get it, there's a lot of moving stuff, but it's really not a 2-year outside build. There's a lot of, I just know from the data center, there's a lot of inside components than that. I mean, there's activity there, but not like, you know, setting walls and trusses and, you know, things like that.
And the applicant can probably
I think-
clarify that a little
I
bit
think that was
more.
about, you had shared about 9 months.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, come on up. Just state who you are, please, and who you're with.
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Brett Burnett, Director of Development for Cloud HQ. Great to be back with you all tonight. It's been 2 years since we first started talking about this, and we're excited to be back. So talking about time frame, the berm duration is correct, up to a year, but could be faster, depends on dirt availability. The construction of the building takes us about 9 months to do the shell. So everything else from the 9-month period to the 2-year period is all internal works. As you can imagine, there's a lot of complex systems that have to get built internal to the building. But in terms of what the public sees on the outside, that part of the construction of the building process is less than 1 year.
So let's look at it this way. So say tonight this happened. You're talking roughly next summer, dirt possibly done. And then you're talking then another year after that. So we're talking really 2 to 3 years down the line. Before this project is kind of buttoned up, closed up.
I would say the project from start to finish to occupancy of a tenant could be as fast as 2.5 years or as slow as 3 and change, depending on how quickly the berm gets done.
But that's not the build now, that's getting occupants.
Correct. That's everything internal to the building, everything that the customer needs to occupy the space.
And for you to become full build out, I mean, obviously you go in stages. Your anticipation of you being full with users, do you have a timeline of that?
So our program, Cloud HQ's program, is we really only build single tenant hyperscale data centers. So this will be occupied all by one tenant, but they do take down data halls in phases. Typically, we deliver anywhere from 2 to 4 data halls every 3 months or so. So it could take an occupant up to a year to 1.5 years to take the whole space. That really depends on their needs, but we base our timeline on when we can deliver the first space. And that duration to deliver first space for the building is about 2 years.
And again, an assumption, you must have a pretty good idea that you have someone lined up, which I know is generally never shared. But you must have someone lined up for that.
Yeah, so there, as you can imagine, any data center project, there's a confluence of timing between power availability, construction, approvals, and getting a tenant. So we've been working hard over the last 2 years even though it seems like a long time, to get the power moving forward and get that to a point where we can guarantee our customers that we can deliver a building that has the capacity needed. So we've been working on that, and we have really good conversations going with one tenant in particular, but there's several hyperscalers that are interested in the site. Many data center developers do not build speculative buildings. As you can imagine, it's a large investment, and they're somewhat unique on the interior of the building in the way that you build it out for different tenants. They require different spaces, slightly different design of data halls, things like that. So there's not a lot of spec data center construction built. That said, when we do have a tenant, which we are having really good conversations, they tend to want things done as quickly as possible to take the space. And so that's why the berm, if we started early, could take up to a year depending on dirt availability. But if we have a tenant that wants space faster, that 1 year timeframe could go faster. The construction of the building component is going to be 1.5 to 2 years generally.
Because the electric, help me, I'm drawing a
MMPA?
blank. What?
Substation?
Substation, there you go, thanks. Two. But the substations, dealing with the ones we've built in the past, they take some time. And then for that to be a full build out, that secondary substation. So basically that would have to get moving probably right after, if approvals all happen, that would have to get going as well to meet the goals based on what I've seen other
It's one of the
substations.
reasons that our 50 megawatt pad on our existing substation is such a benefit. Because it offers the ability to start moving with something as we're building the substation to the south. And just, so MMPA would be the ones that actually build and own the substation on that site. And for those who don't know, MMPA is the power agency that the city of Chaska is a part of.
It's a co-op, we're a co-op of
That's actually agency, not
agency,
technically.
yeah, we're not a co-op, but it's 12.
Cities.
So it's 12 different cities that have created this. It's Minnesota Municipal Power Association. Agency. So, right. Cause like I said, I just know based on what we need to do here, there's a lot of moving pieces and parts to all of this. So I was just kind of trying to get my head wrapped around it as Councilman McGraw was to get it in my, how we're gonna do that. And then has MMPA purchased the property for the net?
It's actually on their property.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be on a different piece
Yeah,
of
no,
property.
they actually designed it so it could be on their property.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Last talk that was gonna be a different site.
That's what they were sort of thinking at first, but
Now they can make it all work. Okay, all right. Anyone else have questions?
Was there any, I guess the parking seems like it's an interesting place to me. And I don't know if there was any thought to like why it wasn't put where some of the watershed is on the south of the side of the building. I don't know that it would change things much as far as like from a residential view, obviously, maybe lighting wise, but why did the parking go there, I guess?
Sure. So
Can you put that slide up?
Mhm.
Thank you.
we intentionally face the office component of the building towards the residential because that tends to be the most visually appealing portion of the building. A lot of the rest of the building is data hall space that's not occupied by people, so it doesn't have as many windows. So because that northwest corner is where the office space is located, that's where the
Okay.
majority of the parking is located. And we faced all of the mechanical equipment faces away from the residential. So you have the two bars. If you're looking from a bird's eye view, you have the two bars of generator penthouse that go in the middle. They're 110 feet stepped back from the northern edge of the building. And that's where the generators are housed. And then the 80 bag dry coolers are the red portions that you see that have a screen wall to the north.
Okay, that makes sense then.
So your question is why was the parking,
Why not flip the building around?
Yeah. But.
put the
all
entrance
that
on the south
considered,
side?
And I see why the parking was put there.
There's also some challenges with the way the 300-foot buffer extends from the property line, and that constraint with the power line to the south makes for this orientation of building really the only feasible way that we could fit it in there.
And then what does the sloping look like for the berm to the northwest and to the southeast? How much does it slope? Like those end residents, which I don't know how far the residences go to the northwest. Maybe not as far as I'm thinking. Oh, yeah, so the sloping there, but the slope, it should be sufficient to really shield view all along the whole berm. No one's getting like. Does that make sense what
Are
I'm
you
saying?
talking?
You know, like, yeah, like there, are they
So,
just gonna,
but there
like,
is
the way
a-
it
I
builds
mean,
up?
They have
It
to
has to
be,
build
what is
up
it,
something.
1 to 3 is the slope of, so that
Yeah.
they can cut and maintain or whatever?
Yeah, that's right. So it will slope up starting from the northwest corner to the apex of 30 feet. The majority of the berm is 30 feet, and then it does slope down on the southeast corner as well. But the resident that I believe is Clover Circle is the next one up. So they will have more of a view because they're further west. And so some of their view shed extends beyond our property boundary, if that makes sense. So we've taken the berm as far northwest as we can. To your point, it has to be sloped down. There are residents west of that will have a view, but they're a couple hundred yards or at least a couple hundred feet behind the first row of homes.
So we could maybe bolster even more trees that like taller trees there.
So one thing on the landscape plan, the views that we saw about halfway through that had the landscape actually shown from the residential portion, that plan was what we had showed 2 years ago. That was based on 25% of the code required caliper size. As of planning commission, we were at 60% of that. So you can imagine significantly denser than what's shown here. Today, the plan that we've presented today is at 71%. And we have really worked hard with staff to maximize both the size and the quantity of trees that are in any area of the project that could benefit either visibility or noise mitigation. So it's an extremely dense forest, basically from 3/4 of the way up the data center side of the berm, all the way down to the residential side of the berm, that will look almost 3 times as dense as what you see in here.
If I'm standing in a 2nd-story house, does anybody know how high am I off the ground? If I'm just,
Do you want to share the elevations?
Yeah.
We took some spot shots so we can see where the houses sit and then where the berm starts and then where the building elevations are. That might be helpful.
Yep, so Liz is, good evening, Trish C. with Kimley Horn, civil engineer on the project. Liz is gonna pull up, do you have one of the cross-sectional views there? And I can anecdotally, obviously, as the elevation along the northern property line changes, the berm is gonna change elevation as well. It's very consistently 30 feet from the northern property line of the Cloud HQ site, so the southern side of the residential properties. Excuse me. Also looking at what the elevation of the adjacent streets are of Schoolmaster Drive, and looking at, you know, a general elevation at the higher point of Schoolmaster Drive is about a 920. The top of the berm in that location is 946. So a lot of the houses are obviously walkouts, right? So, you know, driveway, enter on the main floor. Yes, there's a 2nd floor, and then the walkout basement. So their backyard slope down towards the property line, and then the berm goes back up again. So there you go. Thank you, Liz, so much. So the cross-sectional views that we completed do account for those elevation changes and looking at that from like the main floor of a residential home. Does that answer your question?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out. So the top of your berm is what elevation, did you say, using the numbers you were using, what?
In that case, 946.
946, and standing in a second floor house, looking out, what is that elevation?
In that particular example, 935.
935.
Mhm.
So that's 10 feet below.
From our bedroom windows.
I don't think that's what that says. I think, because you're gonna put trees on top of that too. I mean, I will, I know, I'm not gonna, and we'll invite you up here soon, I
Yeah.
promise. We will. But I guess my question is too, is like, because when we talk about the top of the berm, just to clarify, that's the dirt,
Correct.
not the trees. Now, again, I understand the trees aren't full grown on day one. I'm not gonna pretend that's not an issue, because I'd love to make that picture look like they are, right? But they grow. But that's the dirt when we're talking those elevations. Okay. Okay.
Anyone else have questions?
One of the questions I wanted to ask while you guys were up here presenting is a lot of residents were concerned about noise. Can you guys speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have our noise expert from Kimley Horn run down. Feel free to come up. One thing I'll say, just to preface it, because I'm not the noise expert, he certainly is, but the landscape plan that we've been working on with staff was in order to address both the sound and the view shed. But I think it's important to understand, in terms of a noise mitigation strategy, almost all of what we're doing to stay within the Minnesota noise code is done at the building level. And it's done based on additions that are put onto the equipment at the building level. So we're under the noise requirements for the state with no landscaping. And so we've obviously worked very hard to add a lot of landscaping for sightline reasons and other reasons. And there is a benefit for noise, but I just want to share that the bulk of what we're doing to keep it within the levels that it needs to be is at the building level.
Yep. Good evening, y'all. My name is Tad Hardy with Kimley Horn and Associates, out of our Charlotte, North Carolina office. And Councilmember Hubbard, if you wouldn't mind, maybe what detail would you like, or just general
A lot of
overview?
residents were sharing concerns of low frequency noise as opposed to just your regular ambient noise.
Gotcha.
It being kind of constant
Mhm.
and what kind of mitigation would happen with that.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, so when we were brought on to help with this study particularly, we took the site plan as well as manufacturer specified data that includes octave band frequencies. So anything from like 31.5 all the way up to, I believe, 8,000 hertz. And we're able to use the site plan, building heights, the proposed screening, the penthouse, like all the specifics in the site, including the berm, and model that to understand how we, would or wouldn't comply with the state regulations. Like Brett had mentioned, we ended up showing compliance without any landscaping, but to be, I guess, sure of that, we did add landscaping into our model just to make sure. And, what's being proposed is showing an approximate, 1 to 2 decibel further decrease in noise, which is great. But like Brett also mentioned, most of the noise reducing that's being proposed is happening at the building level. So all the emergency generators are being housed inside of the enclosed penthouse on the roof. They are all being upfit with hospital grade silencers that help reduce multiple, frequencies of noise anywhere between 35 and 45 decibels. So, I mean, that's a really, really big reduction overall versus what some data centers have, where generators are outside and just emitting into the open air. The chillers that are on top of the roof are being screened around the entire, I guess, area that they are located in, and they're also being upfit with low sound fan packages across the board to just help further reduce any noise. But overall, from a low frequency noise standpoint, the model doesn't show anything that's necessarily out of whack in comparison to what we would necessarily want to do or look into more to figure out if additional treatments may be needed. But everything checked out when we went and modeled it all.
So when you talk about generators, these generators then are only running if there's a power outage or during the testing and.
Yeah, and the testing, I believe, is a couple hours a year per generator, and they're only allowed to be tested during daytime hours one at a time.
Typically, what we see with like United Health Group is like if you go into a severe storm warning or something that's within the immediate area, you might see them turn on the generators just in case there was a power outage. But yeah, they're usually only run when there's extreme circumstances.
That's what I was assuming. I need to, again, make sure I'm thinking the way you're talking, so.
Yeah. And one other thing that I wanted to point out is the location of the substation, the existing and the proposed one. They're on the south side of the building to help further shield noise from the transformer equipment that's within those substations. So that's another, noise compatible kind of planning effort that's been taken.
But that's probably what, 500 feet from the residence, roughly, if not more?
It's a lot more than that. So the closest,
So,
closest residence to the 72.5 foot portion of the building is over 500 feet. So you, over 500 feet. So then you add another, I would say 400 or so to get to the substation.
because, I mean, if the substations just usually have like a buzz or something, that's about really, there's not a lot more to them, correct?
Correct.
Just that we get the clear understanding of a substation.
The building would be in between the substation and the residence.
That's right. One other thing to add, we heard a lot at Planning Commission about both noise and screening and using landscaping to the fullest extent to do that. So TAD performed a study that we may have to share. But the request was, can you add more landscaping to further reduce any noise impacts? And so we said, absolutely, we'll look at it. And I won't speak to the study particulars. He's the expert to do that. But with this plan, we have densified all landscaping in all areas where the noise could be reduced by adding additional landscaping. So it's, again, back to the noise mitigation and the screening that has been added since Planning Commission.
Another question that seemed to be common amongst the residents that have emailed me, water consumption. Can you speak to the volume of water? And I don't know, I guess maybe staff question about the capacity piece of it as well.
I can speak to it. So the peak daily we're looking at for this current design is 1.5 million gallons peak daily. Peak daily in Minnesota is probably only a factor about 2 months of the year, given the weather conditions up here. So we're looking at a total annual of 23 million gallons, which from what I understand is about 30 to 40% less than what United Healthcare Group data center actually uses, because the equipment that we're using are adiabatic dry coolers. So they're not open water loop cooling towers. So it's a more water efficient, even though our building is much larger, it's a more water efficient means of cooling the data halls.
And from a staff perspective, we've had our water and sewer director look at it and we wouldn't have a problem serving it.
I believe there's been some questions about, obviously you're a power user and about concerns about blackouts, brownouts,
Yep. let's go
things
next.
like that, but that's, I mean,
I think one thing people have to understand is in essence, the substation that's gonna be on the south side of their facility is gonna be a dedicated substation. And so it's not owned by the city. It's not operated by the city. It's not part of our distribution system. And so we get a hosting fee for having it within our community because we're part of the agency. But it couldn't have an impact on our system within the city because it's not part of our distribution system. That fair description?
It is, and there's going slightly more regional with the focus MMPA. The first part of this process, as it is with any new data center, is understanding system implications and what upgrades need to take place to service the load. So we've been working for over 2 years to make sure that the plan we have in place will not negatively affect any residents in Chaska or otherwise. And actually what we find usually in projects where we're developing data centers is the number of blackouts, the number of power losses is actually reduced because of the system upgrades that are required. It's kind of more of a, you tend to be a little bit more conservative when you bring on a large power user like that. So we've seen benefit from residential on the power side.
So Matt, to your point, who then works on that sub if MMPA owns it? They hire someone and they come in and take care of the maintenance and.
Yeah, I mean, on
So
others.
it's not our crews then.
No.
Okay.
Well, a lot of substations, they have a company called Mace. They're the ones that do the work down at Minnesota Valley on the turbine
Oh.
that's down there. That's probably who it'd be.
So if there was a power outage, let's say some big storm or something like that, we wouldn't have contention for our city crews going out to the data center because it'd be a different crews who would be taking care of the substation of the data center.
No, and on the flip side, we wouldn't have the ability to draw for that substation if it was our system that was down.
So
Yeah.
yeah, completely just independent of one
Yeah,
another.
yeah.
from that perspective. Yeah.
Yep.
So, and then, going back to your comment about that, we got that 50 pad. That would be utilized, but that would be only utilized for this building. It would not be part of our system.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
I mean,
it's more temporary.
Right.
To just get things going. A lot of it ends up being, quite frankly, construction power. And the stuff that's needed for that.
yeah, because there'd be no. It'd be just, yeah, power they need for construction.
Yep.
One other thing on general power. From what we understand, this area does not have frequent blackouts, which is obviously a benefit for any new development, especially data centers. Virginia, which is where we're based, which is where a lot of the data centers are, has a similar success rate of not having a lot of loss of power. So we typically don't see full outages more than once a year for these types of facilities. And when we do, it's usually 30 to 45 minutes. It's not like these things are running for days at a time. The longest data center outage that has ever happened was 3 days. And that was, I think, like 100-year hurricane event that, everybody was without power for a long time. But typically these are really short events.
I mean, I think we strive on the fact that because we have our own power company, we do have our outages, if we do have them, are very short. And I know that that's an attraction for data centers in this area because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've heard that from end users. And that, from my perspective, working with Chaska Power and the whole city team has been great. And they're definitely well prepared to handle a project like this from our standpoint.
Construction timing real quick, because I know you said that, the construction would be 2.5 to 3 years, right? That's including that's up to operable for the client, whoever that happens to be. But from the outside perspective, what's that window? Because you mentioned the like 9 months to a year to get the berm, and then plus construction time, standing up the walls and all the stuff inside. But from the time that you actually break ground and start pushing around dirt until the time when it's from the outside anyway. We don't care about like how much construction is going on inside, but from the outside, when does it look like it's finished from the resident's perspective?
Yeah, I would say taking away the scenario where we would build the berm and then not start the building until later, because obviously that total duration could be extended. The berm, I think is gonna take between 6 to 9 months, could take up to 12. And then the shell, which is really all that you see from the exterior of the building, is about 9 months. So anywhere
That's all
from,
tip up construction, correct?
correct, yeah, we do typically precast concrete, but once the foundations go up, the precast goes up pretty quickly. And a lot of the rest of the build out is very complex mechanical and electrical systems internal to the building that no one from the public ever sees.
And then from there, the tip up is done, the walls are pulled together. Then from there, it just becomes a landscaping job on the outside that, landscape paints, vines, whatever, right?
Correct.
And that can all happen. It's going inside. Okay.
So I'd like to ask a question. Size seems to be a very concerning item. What if I'm just throwing numbers, don't anybody take anything. What if you drop 10 feet but expanded those penthouses out? Is that a possibility of something like that? And then get that height down? I don't know if you can answer that question, but I need to ask the question.
No, that's fair. And we talked about it on the meeting today, and data center construction is probably a bit unique in the way that the floor plates and the building blocks sit. Our clients need 23 feet clear per floor, and they need 2 floors of data halls to have the critical mass to make the project viable. And then the generator penthouse that's just a portion of the rooftop gets you from the 46. The majority of the exterior of the building is 46 feet. 12% of it is the 48.5 feet. That's what
12% is
it's 48.5. The rest of the exterior of the I'm speaking on the north and south side. There is sections of the east and west that are ground to 72 feet. But speaking on the north side, it's mostly 46 feet. And then there's portions on the corners where the stairs sit that are 48.5. So for us, it's unfortunately not as simple as just shaving off 10 feet from a space, because they need 23 feet clear. That's really a minimum per floor of data hall. And then the generators, to get the generator units in, and the SCRs, which are basically like a giant catalytic converter that helps with emissions before particulate gets released, that sits on top of the generator. So unfortunately, there's not really extra room in the project to drop it. And we do try to recess some of the floor because we have a central utility plant, but that's a matter of like a foot or two. It's not, 10 or 15.
And as we talked about the berm being done first, is there gonna be, won't you have a ton of excess dirt that could be used for the berm, that you could kind of work simultaneously, or is that not anything that makes sense?
So what we have planned right now is, it's a lot of dirt. It's 300,000 cubic yards total for the berm. So
That's for the berm?
that's for the berm. So we're importing the majority of that. What we can scrape off of the site, which is what we need to start the foundations, is the last part of the berm that will get built on the east side. And that gets us to the 300,000 cubic yards. So that's the plan in general. It's not like when we go to do foundations, we're gonna have a lot of extra dirt to.
That's what I was wondering is you build all the berm first and then all of a sudden you have all this dirt, and you gotta start trucking again. But I assumed that you've got that worked into that, yeah,
Yeah,
obviously.
hopefully we're doing it all together, finish the berm, height, start foundations and in the building.
On the east side, there's, I think it's currently City of Chaska where there's like stormwater. So it's, the berm will start after that. So it's kind of like residential homes and there's that stormwater area and then the berm will start on the east side, like behind Clover Meadow Drive.
Liz, could you pull that up, please?
Like anything that's there as far as like mature trees around that water, I think it's water area, at least from the, maybe when it's not so dry, it is. It would start after that area. So on the east side.
Yeah, so our property boundary,
It would start at
Right
your
here.
property boundary essentially.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is actually off the map there.
Okay.
Yep.
I think it's a little bit on the map, but.
yeah, so
And
the
then-
reason it's on the map, that's not our property line. As part of this landscaping effort, we've proposed adding trees to that area to further provide some benefit. But the white part is not on our property.
Which part? What's
Where the cursor is on the east, the far east side, just north of the power line. I believe it's city
Yeah.
owned.
I see what you mean by
Property.
saying it's not on there now.
Yeah, I mean,
Just over
yeah,
to the
it's
side.
over to the side more.
I thought you were saying it was more south and I was like.
Cause the blue on there is, the blue on there is the retention, right?
Correct.
Cause our color on our TV is probably not as nice as your color.
Mhm.
So,
Oh, yeah, it's not.
that's why I can't tell when you say white, everything's yellow.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, so that area, okay, the berm starts after that area, okay.
So just, I guess, further clarify, there is existing berming.
Right, I
in
was
that
gonna say
area
there's
today,
some,
right.
how tall is that berm, do we know?
20.
So 20
20.
feet, right?
So there's a 20-foot berm,
20-foot
and then it's
berm
gonna
there.
go, and then there's gonna be a 30-foot
And there'll
berm,
be another 30-foot berm on
Okay.
Cloud HQ's site.
okay.
And we're looking at how do we best, they're gonna landscape their site, obviously. And that existing berm,
Is
we've
our,
been looking at
yeah.
with them as to it's city property. Is there an opportunity to further bolster the landscaping that's on that site, just to
Okay.
help kind of blend that in?
Yeah,
So,
okay,
yep.
cause then that's like even further.
Anyone else?
Kayla, you look like you got a question.
I feel like I maybe had one more that I can't remember right now. No, I don't think so.
So this is not a public hearing. So officially, we don't need to take comments, but the council's always felt that it's important at these that we can take some comments. And how I'd ask that we do this is we're gonna put a 5-minute limit. And that hopefully, if your item has already been brought up, we don't need to come up and hear the same item and waste other people's times, so that everyone has an opportunity. We'll see how far and how long this goes, but so we will offer some time with this and we'll kind of see where it goes from there. But if you come up here, I ask that everyone's respectful of each other and we'll try to get through everything together. Like I say, it's a 5-minute limit. I need your name and your address so that we have it on our official records as well. So, with that, if there's a spokesman that you have for your area, they're generally the person that comes up that, can hit most of the points. So with that, I'll ask if there's someone that wants to come up and speak.
Thanks for bringing kids though. It's a fun experience for them. I'm sure he's not.
They're having a
super-
blast. And I promise they're not props. I have a husband on an airplane right now, but it's convenient. Because if you want to see what takes place in 3 years, you can look at the curly blonde back there. She's 3. And so when you say it's only 3 years, that's her whole life. That's what can happen. She's not going to remember a time before this. So the scope of this project is enormous. We bought our house 4 years ago, and we did know, as I suspect everybody here did, we knew that there would be a data center. We got the scopes, we factored that heavily into our decision, and we were concerned about it, but accepted that the scope of what was projected initially 4 years ago was acceptable. This is obscene. This does not belong in a residential area. I'm not against data centers. I'm not against a building on that property. I'm against, and I suspect most of the scope of this. And maybe you did know for 2 years. I respect that. And I respect that we weren't able to go to the meetings. My husband and I work opposite shifts so that we can be with our kids. It's really hard for us to get to those meetings. I suspect that there were similar issues, and we just didn't understand that it was different, that it was this dramatically different. We thought, oh, they're going to build the building we knew about. We should have done our due diligence, I guess. So the people in this room, it's not that we're just like finally standing up. It's that we're finally aware of the scope of the project, and we're really upset and concerned. I homeschool my kids. I work from home. I'm a mental health therapist. I'm concerned about the noise. You can talk all you want about how it's reasonable, but I'm really concerned about that type of construction noise going on for the well-being of my family, for naps, for sleep, for my clients to have a peaceful experience when they talk to me. So I'm just one person. We're just one family. I get that. By the way, Susan Nelson, I never said that.
Yep.
Susan Nelson,
Address.
my husband Skip and I live at 1983 Schoolmaster Drive. We are the direct hit zone. We could not be more directly impacted by this build. And so I know that we're just one family. And I know that our situation is unique, but working from home, raising kids, having them bike through the neighborhood, that's what happens in a residential area. This should not take place in a residential area.
It's not a residential area. Where this is being built
My
is an
kid
industrial.
baseballs onto that property right now. He's 8.
I-
He doesn't have that good of, I mean, it is right in our backyard.
I
It is-
know what you're saying, but it's
Please
an
understand, my
industrial.
property. That part, how close it is to my residence is going to greatly impact my quality of life. And I'm concerned about I wanted to live here the rest of my life. I really did. And I'm concerned that that I won't anymore, and that I won't be able to sell my house, because this I would never buy. This is going to be prohibitive. And this is going to decrease our property value. This is gross. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Please, let's hold off.
Can I ask you a
clapping.
question, Susan?
Absolutely.
Okay. What in your mind, so the berm and trees are not sufficient. So assuming you're not gonna be able to see anything, you still don't want it there?
I don't believe that is what will take place. I don't believe that we won't see anything. And I don't believe that it will take place soon enough that we won't see and hear construction vehicles.
You're gonna see construction vehicles when
I
construction.
mean, at the very least, and the dust that's gonna come into my house, I know that that's been brought up before. I don't know if you're ever in our area. We have a lot of schools in that direct neighborhood. The number of,
30 years.
okay, but that direct
fine.
neighborhood.
Yep.
Clover Ridge, okay.
Life.
Okay, so the number of school buses that are coming and going, I can't imagine the impact from the construction vehicles alone.
Where's the construction entrance?
It's on the south side. It's not in a residential.
It's on
Not Engler? It's not Hunt,
It's Engler, but it's not in a residential.
okay.
It's where they currently want.
It's where you currently go into the data center.
Yeah.
Everything will come in
That's
from the
the-
south.
That's
They'll be-
still, school buses are coming out around there.
School
Not
buses
there.
anywhere respectfully.
No, there's no,
To get onto 212?
no, not
Okay.
that, it's West Creek Boulevard goes in, it's a cul-de-sac.
Okay.
True, there's not, yeah, our school district doesn't even stretch that far. So with the berm there, I mean, there is, with anything that's gonna go there, you have to take some sort of promise that there's gonna eventually be nothing you can see, right?
I don't believe with the scope of this project that we're not gonna be able to see that. I don't think that's something you can promise.
We even stated that,
Can't- they can't hear it if you start talking from there, so please hold those to your time for comments, thank you.
That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys come up, works. All right. You're the first one up there. You get to push the other person out of the way.
Sean Bogelin, 1868 Clover Meadow Drive, so I'm on the east side. I'm just gonna rattle through this list, so I'll be quick. You don't have to directly respond right now, but I guess you can take notes. I've lived here for 9 years now. I know we've been teased with Hy-Vees, retails, all this other stuff, and now that's turned into some boring cement buildings now across the street. We're watching Chanhassen, Victoria, Waconia, now even Shakopee, Tommy's is moving down there. Like, I feel like we're losing the valuable stuff to humans and people that are in the community. Also, some of those things that were shown up there just don't look to scale, like the 72 and the 48 look like this much difference. And I know that's a small scale, but I feel like they're trying to make it look like 72 is not that much. I also don't believe from a second story window that you're not going to see, because we see everything at the data center, all the exhaust coming out. I do have things to say if you do go forth with it, that like, I think the berm should have to make up for the difference in height from where the 36 is now. So it's like, all right, if we're gonna build a 72, why are we only building a berm 30? Why not 36 to ensure that it's not seen? But then that brings in those beautiful sunsets when my house faces west. Now we have a 30-foot berm with trees and stuff where the sun's gonna go behind, and now we're gonna be in shade for much more of the evening already. What about winter? All these things you see up here have pretty leaves and big bushy things that say they're gonna block it. What happens when the leaves fall? You're gonna see
The
things.
combination of trees.
But again, I don't think you're gonna get 100% coverage. I mean, I guarantee you're gonna see something. And what happens if they do
It
promise
doesn't
that?
matter what we build there, that same issue could happen.
Okay. And the tree idea I do like, because I don't know if you've seen Clover Meadow Drive, but there's so many diseased trees in the parkway, or I think you guys call it Boulevard. Like, I've already had some removed. We used to have stumps out there now, and the ones that are still there are diseased, so we could use some new trees if that is gonna happen. I was worried about the property value of homes too. And then the only other question I'm gonna ask, and you can answer, is there negative effects, environmental concerns or health hazards from, is there exhaust? I heard something about having a catalytic converter on there. What if that doesn't work properly, or what if it breaks down? Like, is there gonna be any kind of hazardous stuff going in the air, in the water, because that is protected waterland? And the electrical thing, the substation, I don't know if there's any adverse effects from having that so close and having it 200 megawatts. That's my list. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone hold on 1 second, is there anyone from there that can address about the catalytic converter? Is there concerns about the pollution piece of that?
Sure. So you're in a great state for environmental concerns. Minnesota is one of the strongest emissions states to get permits. And also they require testing of those systems to make sure that they're compliant and still working, annual testing. So these buildings, we're usually doing 15 to 20-year leases, but they're built for 50 years. So these are components that probably will need to be retrofitted as technology gets better, but I can't imagine the environmental regulations are going to get any weaker in Minnesota. So that's not something, those SCRs don't get put on in every state, but here they're going to be required. So I think there's a good amount of oversight into that part of the project.
What about issues of water pollution?
Water pollution?
I believe that was your question, right, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exhaust coming out, water going back
Yep.
into the waterways from the protected land.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had any issues with water pollution. We do have about 15% of the water that we use goes back into the sanitary system for the city, but that is treated before it gets used for anything else. There's leak detection systems at all levels of the building, both in the data halls and in ancillary spaces and in the generator rooms, to make sure that if there's any leaking fuel or anything like that, it's caught quickly and resolved. So we have not had any contaminant release issues on any of our facilities or any of the data centers that have been in the jurisdictions we've worked in.
Okay, so you got a lot of safeguards in place. Okay, thank you. Hi.
Good evening. My name's Mike Sminas. I live at 2460 Cloverfield Drive. So this is not just a schoolmaster problem. It goes along Cloverfield as well. Many of us face those fields and we can see it from our house. People have said a lot of things that I was going to cover, but two key things or a few key things that I think are important. You're very focused on the trees and the berm. And I'd like to thank the city employees who put together that call for this afternoon. That was very helpful to gain more understanding of the project. But what wasn't said to the council members, it will take 15 to 25 years for those trees to grow to cover it. 15 to 25 years. There's many of us, aside from the woman who spoke, we won't be here that long. We need to be able to sell our property in that time. And nobody here is surprised at data centers being built. That's not the problem. It's the 72 feet. How many buildings in Chaska are 72 feet tall? Not many. The tallest thing in Chaska is Guardian Angel Steeple at 162 feet, and the church is 39 feet tall to the top. You're looking to approve a zoning change to have a data center next to a neighborhood being one of the tallest buildings in Chaska. That's not fair to the residents behind it when it was zoned at 36 feet. I've lived in my house for 14 years. We knew data centers were the plan for Chaska, but not 72 feet. So I don't think anybody is questioning what the project is. And there, obviously the people who back up to it on Schoolmaster are going to have a lot of different concerns. It's that 72 feet. Do you want that in your backyard? For all of us who live there, that was never the expectation to have something that was 72 feet. And that's the crux of what probably many of us are here for today. We appreciate everything that CQ is trying to do in order to alleviate it. But a berm that's going to take 25 years to fully cover it is not a solution for those of us who live there now and will need to sell before then. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who came up with the 25 years for the trees? Is that an accurate number? Because I planted a maple tree in my yard 12 years ago and that thing's 45 feet tall. I questioned the 25 years. I know some trees are slower, some are quicker. And I'm certain that landscape architects have trees that are fast growing and slower growing and mixed them. Is that an accurate number, 25 years? I'm sorry, but that just doesn't seem right.
Somebody on the call said 15 to 25 years.
No, I'm not doubting you. I'm asking where it's coming from because I can't believe that in trees.
I can tell you that there's very much a mixture of the types of trees that are in there. So some are gonna grow faster than others.
I mean,
I don't remember hearing that number, but there, when you get into the
No, I agree with you. I don't.
hardwood trees, they're gonna take
Hardwood
longer.
are slower, but
Yep.
yeah, there are other ones, but go down on First Street. We rebuilt that.
Yep.
I mean, took everything out 10 years ago and there are very large trees there. So I'm not disputing that you heard that. I'm trying to figure out who said it because I disagree with that. Yes, if I'm planting an oak tree, absolutely. But there are maples, there are a lot of different varieties of trees that way more varieties than I even know that aren't that. So I don't think that number, I'm gonna disagree with that number and we'll just leave it at that because somebody way smarter than me would have to say something different, but I just know what I've seen from. I've been around as we've rebuilt all these streets downtown here and you drive them and it's amazing how big some of the trees are already. So that's why I question that. So, but thank you.
My name is Jamie Larson. I live on Kerber Pass, so it's, I don't, my direction's well enough. It will affect us. I'll be able to see it. My question is then regarding trees and the time that they grow, do we get a say in what trees go in so that we can make sure it's not every?
Same, I'm not sure how that will work, because officially it's not your property.
Yeah, I mean, I
But-
will say that typically when we've had these types of berms, we've tried to work with the property owner or with the adjacent property owners to come up with stuff that seems to make sense to them.
I feel like that makes a difference. If it's gonna grow fast, very different. But I'm on this boat. We're gonna be out of our house in the next probably 5 to 10 years. And if these trees are not grown, we're not gonna be able to sell our homes. And that's huge.
No, I mean, that's something that I think that we could work on. I mean, right now we do it when we rebuild a street. The homeowners get it, but that's that's in their property. I don't know how, cause you just line up and say, this is my area that I want this kind of tree in. I think it's something that,
I don't think that there's anybody here who wants to be the person that's gonna wait. Everybody's gonna want their trees to
that's
grow
what we talk
faster.
about, that
So are you
trees are.
saying you want a specific kind of tree, or are you just saying, I want fast trees?
I want fast trees.
I think that's
covered.
you have to say, I want fast trees. Yeah, I think that's, you can Google how, like, what grows fast, and I'm sure they have arborists that can make sure they're fast growing trees.
Grow the willow that I grew in my
That's a
backyard.
slow tree, I think.
I grew like 20 feet in a year.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so to your point, I think that there are, and like I said, I think it's very clear, the message is the sightlines. So the trees aren't gonna be all hardwoods, because you're right, it's gonna take 30 years for those. But is there gonna be a mix of them in there? And I'm not the landscape architect, don't get me wrong, but I just gotta believe that there is gonna be a mixture of trees that's gonna fill in. There's gonna be and I don't know, I'm calling the evergreen stuff that's always green. There's gonna be a mixture of that. So
I don't want to speak for Nate, but I think it's fair to say that we work directly with the landscape architect on the project. And if we wanted to see certain types of species and trees go in there, that would be something we could come up with final landscape.
that, like I said, the message is clear. You want a faster growing tree, so I think that's what we look at. But we don't want to do like what we got caught here. After we went through the Dutch elm era here, we're gonna be really smart, because we're gonna plant a hardy tree like an ash tree. And what happens? Now we get the emerald ash borer, and now we're losing everything. So that's why we are now using, what, 33 different species on our boulevards, just for that fact, just for that reason. So we don't run into that. So the goal will be to make sure that we have a lot of mixture, but maybe it's more of the faster growing than the hards. Even though the hards in the long run are the better tree, but here we want to get them up, and that's why I think there'll be a mix. I think that we can make that happen.
I think the mix is gonna be important because you're gonna be neighbors, like some of you will be here for like 5, 10 years, and other neighbors who might be a lot longer because they just choose to stay longer. But we don't want those trees to be vulnerable, right? For that reason.
Yeah, I mean, that all makes sense. I mean, I get that too.
I think we can be smart about it. And I think that's something that's, we could certainly direct, staff to work with the development team to say, hey, let's, be smart about this. So it fills in quickly, but then has life to it that's going to be, and also some robustness too for the community afterwards, right?
My other question is, so the 30-foot berm, that, if my understanding is correct, that is from like the ground floor, correct?
Mhm.
So when we talk, like, if I understood correctly, 10 feet from our like bedrooms, right? And now we're looking at
Is anybody gonna be 10 feet from their bedrooms?
10 feet visualizing, we'll be able to see. If it's 72 feet and it's 30 feet and we're up 20 feet in our rooms, our bedrooms will
So.
see right over
Looking at
them.
that, there's 10 feet of berm and then trees. If based on 30, you're at 20, correct?
But keep in mind, the building's not on top of the hill, right? The building's several hundred feet beyond that. So you're not,
Baseball.
you can't see up and
Baseball.
over, right? You're right. If you're seeing 10 feet up, you can see that. But I think the distance adds that very unsight line, right? Cause you're not seeing the building on top of the 30. It's in some cases 500 feet behind the berm. That's what creates that, because you're still looking up, but you can't, just like when you look up anywhere, you can't look up and over top and straight, right? So again, I understand that concern, and I'm not gonna be naive and say, yeah, you know, they say it's not gonna, we're not gonna see it. But I also will recommend that that's what they do as well, right? That, you know, they create those visuals, they try to do that. Tree growth, I understand that.
But they also create images that get things to pass. So
See, I'm gonna go and say, you know what, I trust everyone in this room, and I trust everyone, that's me personally, right? I'm not telling you what to think too. Has there ever been a developer that's lied? Sure. Have I ever lied? Yes, I have, right? But I think you have to believe, and just like I believe everyone in this room has good intentions, I believe developers have good intention too. There's a balance there. But I can't just on the surface say, well, they're a developer, so they're just trying to get something passed. I don't personally believe that. I'll just state that. But again, I'm not telling you how to believe that. You could be skeptical, that's fine. But I just think we gotta have a little bit of a back and forth trust with asking questions is fair.
Well, there's trust and there's also accountability, right? And I believe in accountability. So my backstory of why I'm up here is because back in 2008, they built a medical center, the 212 Medical Center, right across from my house. So my front door faces that medical center. They said, oh, it's only going to be a couple stories tall, no big deal. And then they slipped in a proposal somewhere, like it's a kind of back of envelope concept plan. Oh, by the way, it's going to be 6 stories tall, right? Well, 6 stories tall is taller than the data center. And today I'm looking at the top of that building on my front door. So I totally hear where you guys are coming from. So that
you
said,
guarantee that that's not what's gonna come up in the future? That this is, they're not gonna ask to add on and make it taller?
here's the thing, at the time, because that's not what's in the proposal, and I've read through all the
I
documents.
don't think they can add on
They
any.
can't add on any.
I think that that's a max build.
Yeah.
Because, especially because of the power lines, you know,
Yeah.
the 300-foot setback, they really can't go anywhere.
So here's the thing is that buildings are built, when you design a building, you design it upside down, right? You build like so when you add floors to building, you don't add to the top, you add to the bottom because all the floors underneath need to support everything above it. So when the 212 Medical Center was built, it was built as a 6-story building from the foundations up. These buildings, if I ask anyone here, if you try building another floor in it, it's not going to support it, is it? Right. And so
cannot.
then that's a structural issue, right? So that's a whole different ball of wax. If they're going to add something to it, it's got to start all over again. So that's a different question. But then on the flip side of it, I think there's accountability if like the applicant's here saying, yep, if the berm's going to be this tall and it's not that tall, we have the ability to hold them accountable, say the berm's too short. If the trees weren't planted where the trees are supposed to be planted, we can hold them accountable. If they built the building like 10 feet taller than they said they were, we can hold them accountable because that's not what we passed, right? So it's not what we approved here. So all those things have a degree of accountability and also includes the diagrams themselves, because the diagrams themselves are legal documents as they're submitted here. So we can go back and say, look, this is what you committed you were going to do. We can hold you accountable to that. To that end, I'm going to ask Liz. Liz, would you mind putting up that diagram, that cross section? Because I kind of want to dive into this a little bit more because I think there's some confusion about heights and from the berm. The one, just any of the cross section diagrams. And I just want to make sure.
That's what was being said about that. I get that it's not being built on top of the berm. I just still question 72 feet still.
I mean, it's hard to visualize in general. I get that, right? We're all trying to look at a diagram.
Yeah. So one of the key things is that when you look at the existing residential home, let's see. So when we look at the home, and I think, you know, the applicant civil engineer, I think, had talked about like what the elevations were. So the top of the berm, in this case was like 980 feet, right? Is that correct?
No,
This particular cross section is a different.
Okay, so we go to which is the one you were referring to?
This is the one with Kerber Pass though.
This one, Kerber.
And if I understand correctly, this is where your house is. So this might be more relevant.
Okay, so this one's more relevant to you from that perspective. So
Mhm.
in this case, the proposed berm, what's the elevation of the top of the berm here?
This This section, my understanding, it's going to be a little bit lower than the 30 feet because of the easement line and being able to maintain the slopes away
So
from
that's
that.
the second.
It does have to dip down under the easement and then it carries through to the southeast
This is because
side.
the power is.
Correct, yeah.
Right, you can't cut a wall through it. Okay.
So how do we fix that for us?
Yeah, so that's something I'd ask like staff and the engineers from there of like, how do you address that?
Well, I mean, that's something we might not be able to solve right now.
Maybe.
I mean, there's a lot more than just saying,
Right.
I don't know
So-
where, that's not your house. I don't know exactly where it is.
It's just, it's
It's-
really
yeah.
easy for you guys where you're sitting to say this, and I agree, you guys are doing it the best, but I also want you to look at the fact that this is our backyards. This is our properties, and we didn't sign up for 72 feet. We signed up for 36 or whatever it was. Like,
And
that's a big
and
difference.
I just want to say that, I feel that the developers have gone above and beyond as far as protecting residents by putting a 30-foot berm in. Someone could build a 36-foot data center, but just plant trees. Nothing changes. You're still gonna see that building. A 30-foot berm is really changing how you visualize that. So I don't know that the next person would put a 30-foot berm with a 300-foot setback. 300 feet, that's a football field. That's a long ways. There's a lot of places that are way closer to residents than that. So I mean, I get it, I understand it. But they've really gone above and beyond what we do. We've never gone to this extreme protecting neighbors. With a berm of that size and now with the new landscape. I mean, in my time here, this is, I mean, they're certainly making a strong effort.
Would you be okay with this in your backyard?
I'll
take it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I look at,
You really
so
would be okay with this in your
I am
backyard?
looking at what,
Townhomes that I look at.
here's what I do. I look at how, is it a benefit to the city? I believe that this project is a benefit to the city. I can deal
Some
with
in the
that.
city,
Huh?
to some in the city, but we're all the city.
We're all the city. And I understand your point. I get it. But would I live there? Yeah. Why wouldn't I? I mean, now all of a sudden I have a forest in my backyard, where before I had a cornfield.
Cornfield that's wide open that we can see the sun, and that is beautiful.
I understand that, but the owners of the property have the right to sell. And I would love to see if the owners of the property are here tonight, if they would like to comment about anything about how they're viewing what's going on here.
Before we do that, can I say something really quick? So in the northern suburbs, I went 2 years ago, before we had this room full of people, we already had the same concerns you guys did. So I went to a northern suburb and a northeastern suburb where they have data centers. They're not quite as tall. I think one was like 60-ish feet. It backed immediately up to a neighborhood with no berm.
Yep.
And I thought, wow, it's gonna be so nice that we have a berm because this building is pretty tall. And it was, I'm not joking, like right in their backyards. In the northeastern suburb, and then the northern suburb I went to, that data center, they had not quite, it was less than half what's between this building, and again, no berm, and I thought, oh man, again, before there was a room full of people, we had the same concerns, and I was like, I'm so glad we're gonna have a berm, and there's gonna be trees, because we have a lot of neighboring communities where they plop data centers in, and it doesn't look great, and I'm like, this is something I'd wanna see, and I just said it a little bit ago, they plop a ton of townhouses in my backyard. That's instead of the river, I see townhouses, kids coming in my yard, dogs coming in my yard that aren't mine, things like that all day. And so to have
We live in a neighborhood though. I mean, we
I
expect
live in a
that.
neighborhood.
I know, but that does not bother me at
I know, I'm
all.
just saying, see, we have different concerns. And so that was one thing when I went to these other places that had data centers that were literally in people's backyards. I was like, that's great. And I'm thinking about the unintended consequences that the mayor mentioned of, okay, we say no to this. So someone comes in with the size building you want and they don't put a berm in and there's not a requirement to do so. And that's an unintended consequence sometimes when we don't look at these holistically and say, what can we do? Trees, berms, things like that. So
Yeah, I appreciate the berm. I appreciate what they're trying to do. It's just, it's still hard from where we're coming from. Do they have any data around like these data centers in other areas, how it affects property values around the homes or the neighborhoods around them?
I was in, were booming.
Yep.
As I trespassed in people's backyards to look. They were all in booming, both of the communities I were in were booming communities and they were selling houses. Some of it 2 years ago was more during COVID when houses were selling a lot more, but I don't know. I read a lot of articles too, and I didn't see anything about house value. I think that's sometimes like a myth that things, because that's like the number one thing, somebody will come and say like, oh, this is gonna hurt my home value. And sometimes that's just not the case. It's just an easier argument than others.
Well, I also would say that just because
You are well past your 5, but we had a good discussion and I'm okay with that, but you are well past, so thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Oh, we got a race.
I'm Mark Oakman, 2188 Shamrock Place. We don't back up directly to any of this, but we do walk through the neighborhood almost every day. And just had a couple of questions for both the council as well as everybody from Cloud HQ is that I work in a large production facility for food. We have large condensers with large fans that make a whole lot of noise. What we've got there at our facility is very minor compared to what's being proposed here, especially during the winter. I'm wondering if there's been any studies done with how much noise will actually travel during the winter, especially after we've lost leaves. That's the first question, and I'll sit down and let everybody answer. The second question is, how is this all gonna be refrigerated with ammonia? That's a safety concern for me as well. Ammonia is very green, very good, but any spill can have devastating effects as well. But I'm not sure what they'd use in such a large facility like this. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Somebody from HQ have an answer on that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So regarding, I guess, the noise during the leave off the tree scenario, that was the first, I guess, situation that we actually looked at. So no landscaping as a conservative measure, and based on the model results, everything was in compliance with the state thresholds.
And you said the decibel volume was 35 to 45 decibels?
That was the reduction that the silencers on the generators provide. We were estimating that operational sound levels would be somewhere in and around 47 decibels, which is comparable to the existing noise environment that's out there today.
What about is that what you use for refrigerant as ammonia?
Yeah.
Oh,
So this came up in the last meeting, so glad it came up. So the refrigerant typically that gets used is called R1233ZD. So this particular refrigerant is not a liquid at atmospheric conditions, meaning if it leaves the equipment, it's not a release of liquid like you would see could cause issues. So it poses no risk to surrounding people or animals if it were to leak. But we also have a lot of systems to tell us if there's any leak detection in any of our systems. They get checked frequently. So it rapidly dissipates and poses no threat to living beings. It would only potentially be an issue for people that were occupying that space. But again, this is why there's a lot of systems in place to let us know if there's been any releases. We have not had any history of releases at our facilities. Obviously, if there was a release, it could be an issue for the ozone, which is why low global warming, GWP, global warming potential refrigerants are used so that if it were ever to get out, it's not causing major environmental concerns.
thank you. Thank you. Let's take 2 more.
Evening, everyone. David Riley, 1977 Schoolmaster Drive. I just, first of all, want to acknowledge that, I do believe that everyone's acting in good faith here, both, the council, city staff and the developer. That I think they're representing their interests, that and they're representing them well. They're trying to maximize their profit and the opportunity here that this site presents. And I think our city administrator hit on it. This site is very unique because of the availability of power. 200 megawatts coming into this site is astronomical. I mean, put that in perspective. It's 20% of the Prairie Island nuclear power capacity out of, so 20% of our closest nuclear power plant. And I imagine XL Energy is probably doing some sort of engineering study to bring that in through the transmission lines to the substation. So they're doing a good job. I mean, this site is lucrative. We're in the middle of an artificial intelligence, machine learning gold rush. It's a bonanza right now. So that, the technology is there. It's these sites that really allow us as a society to mobilize that next revolution that's going to happen. It's going to change our lives just like cell phones did, right? So like this property is going to be a data center, and it should be a data center. And I mean, I've told, Nate and Matt this on a number of occasions when we talked, like the city of Chaska, you guys were visionary. Like to think 25 years ago that you saw this potential, and you saw this potential in conjunction with the whole development of the Clover Ridge area. So at the same time that you designated this for the data centers, you saw these transmission lines, you saw the power potential. You also developed a residential neighborhood, and you did great things, right? You think of what happened in that time period, right? We got community park for the park board. We got Clover Ridge Elementary. We got the Clover Ridge development. In that development, I mean, it's phenomenal, right? It spans the whole socioeconomic and age distribution of our community is in that one neighborhood. It's an absolute success story, and it should be a case study for generations. And what that success story was allowed to take place was through the vision for this property. And I'll tell you, this is my second home. I saw what you guys had going on 17 years ago, here in this community. I moved here from Eden Prairie. I could have stayed in Eden Prairie, but I saw what this was and what was happening. And our house was spec'd out. It was built, and we were looking at Victoria and Carver and Chaska, and we visited a home here. And I called Kevin Ringwald, the city planner. I'm pretty savvy at this stuff, right? So I got this field going on in the backyard, and I want to know what's planned for that field. So don't have any misconceptions about this berm. 17 years ago, that berm was planned. 300-foot buffer, 30-foot landscape berm, and the building would be screened from my view. It's a 3-legged stool. You take away one of those legs of that stool, then you've no longer found the compatible use between this visionary data center application and the whole Clover Ridge development neighborhood. So I think the 72 feet going above 36 feet is just an absolute non-starter. I think you've diminished something that's incredible, that you should be proud of, that you should hold up on a pedestal and show everyone around the country of what you've done. And the same thing for Cloud HQ. By meeting that 36-foot requirement, they could use us as the poster child when they go to every other community, not only in the country, but around the world. They can say, hey, we fit in with this master plan community that is a shining star, and we're part of it. And us as residents, we would stand there and testify for you. But by not fitting in with the vision of the community, we can't do that. We're your enemies, right? So we're in opposition to you. So Yeah, I just want to my neighbors can come up and share similar stories. We could do this all night. All of them have similar stories as what I have. So I want to thank you for hearing me out in that regard. If you do choose to go forward, which I sincerely hope you don't. I mean, it's just like a travesty if you do. If you sincerely,
You're over five,
I got 3 points.
your points.
I want you to work
Please.
with the neighbors. I want all the trees on either on the site or on the property to provide the screening. Figure out how to do it. Get it there. Don't put it on a park out in Southwest Chaska. It's just insulting. The architecture of the building, it's a monument to Cloud HQ. The architecture needs to be changed so that it fits the neighborhood. Make it look like Chaska, make it blend in with our natural environment somehow. Use our color motif, soften up the texture. It doesn't need all the fancy modern architecture and glass. It doesn't need to be gray. Figure out how to reduce the height, something from 72 feet. Dig it into the ground 8 feet, just like all of our houses are. Dig a basement in it. That 8-foot of dirt creates earthwork material that they can use to build the berm. Yeah, they're gonna have some cost to ramp down in there because they gotta get equipment in and out, but they're gonna save money on building that berm. So those are my suggestions and asks to you. If you do approve it, please make sure those things happen between the time of preliminary and final. Thank you.
Last. Well, we can take one and then I'll have the owner talk if you want.
Mayor, we do have one person online as well.
Dan Tengwall, 2746 Simon. So I don't live anywhere near this. And I came tonight just to kind of learn more, but I guess what I haven't heard is what does the city of Chaska, again, all of us, gain from a 72-foot building compared to a regular 36-foot building? I haven't heard that.
Like, we keep saying 36 feet as regular.
Well, I don't know what it is.
That's what was proposed there before, so that's.
Okay, so if that's what,
Like, that is.
what is the, okay,
Is
yeah, what,
a data center. I just wanted
so forgive me, I'm not a builder, okay?
no, it's not.
Yep.
And everybody, I just wanted to clear that for anybody watching.
Sure.
That's just an arbitrary height.
Okay, so whatever the codes allows, what is that? It's the height?
Right
Now
now,
the max height is 36 feet.
Okay, so 36 feet.
because that's what was the building was.
Yeah,
Okay,
seven.
yeah, so if that's what was planned and that's what people were promised, or if that's what they thought they were.
Oh, nope.
I don't know, okay, take it
Yeah.
easy, Mark, okay?
Yep.
You're talking over a lot of people and I don't think it's going well, okay? I'm giving you guys a chance to say why this is a good thing. Because I haven't heard that yet. That's all I'll say.
Mayor, do you
Hello,
want to?
City Council. My name is Steve Kelzer. I live at 2025 Pioneer Trail. And this property, I'm representing the family right now. You probably noticed the farm there. I lived there 40 years. I raised my family. I provided all the good views that everyone has had there. When it did start to develop, we were in shock too with, we had our nice view, but we had all the houses backing up watching us. What we did was we built the screen, we built the berm, or we didn't build a berm, but we put trees. And, I'm just being a little light here about all this, but, the same concerns of noise, kids, fireworks, lawnmowers, we coexisted. We got along. So what I guess my point is for everybody who's here tonight, I think you'll be fine. I mean, we survived on a smaller scale. You learn to live with things, you learn to live with people. And I just think everyone will be fine. Thank you.
Kevin, can you bring that person up online?
Yep. Heather, you can now unmute.
Hello, my name is Heather Caesar. Steve is actually the one who just spoke. He is my uncle. I am just speaking in support of this as well. I don't think people realize that, you know, when they're saying they've been living there for 15 years or living here for 8 years, I grew up on that land. I mean, I've been on that land for 30 years, you know, right, right. As soon as I was born, I was playing on that land. And then the houses were built. The houses that a lot of you are living in were built on that land that I grew up on. And so I just want to say that I think that this, I get that I don't live there. I'm not going through what you're going through. However, I have myself worked in software development for 10 years. I've been in a ton of different data centers, and the whole thing with the noise, I guess I'm getting confused about, because there are so many sound barriers built into these data centers. It's insane. So you're not hearing this loud noise going on all the time. So I don't understand where that argument's coming from. Maybe going to a data center would help some of these people understand the little amount of noise they're actually going to have. And then the only other thing I want to bring up is, I know someone had mentioned concern for construction noise for their kids. I myself have a 3 and a 5-year-old. I myself am living in a neighborhood right now that is 100% under construction. It is 100% under development. My kids love the construction. They have random trucks they can go run onto and pretend to ride on when the construction workers aren't there. They actually sleep for their naps because there's so much noise going on. I don't need my sound machine. I mean, I just think that some of this stuff is getting a little, it's getting a little ridiculous. I think this is a good thing overall, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. All right, thoughts?
I'd like to start actually. So first of all, this isn't the first time this place has been full. It doesn't happen all the time. Typically happens when there's what I would call in this case an infill project. It's a little bit different type of an infill project. Basically, you got a housing development, you got one piece of land in that space that hasn't developed yet, and everything around it's happening, but this is sitting there, and then all of a sudden that changes. First and foremost, thank you for being here, right? We've shared lots of opinions. I hope I came off listening. I know I catch myself sometimes because I'm just excited to talk. That's just me. But again, I appreciate everyone coming in because it is part of the process. It's a part of being vocal. It's part of being, we know we live in a day and age where people don't show up. Something happens and it's easy to sit on a screen and on a Facebook page and complain about it. And so thank you, because you've now sat here 2.5 hours and listened to lots of stuff. So first of all, I'll start with that. Thank you. Back to my comment on the infield piece. The hard thing with this in all these infills, and they always attract a lot of people that are passionate, which is great, is because of that change, right? What is it going to be? What is it not going to be? I got used to seeing the sunsets, the open fields, and now that's gone. And that's hard. But the point is, that will happen, right? I think you look at, there's pluses and minuses. And I know right here, sitting here today, this is the project you're concerned about. We've heard it as a council before when we've looked at a property like this and said, we're going to put 90 houses in there. I don't even know how many houses you can fit in that space, probably more than 90 if I had to guess. And then it's conversations about traffic and size of house and noise and speeding, right? Different topics, same concerns, right? And those are appropriate concerns. And we do the same thing. We listen, we have the conversation. So it's hard to pick, I'm not trying to say like, well, it's not houses because it's a residential area, but there's pluses and minuses to being a data center. It also could be heavy industry, which cars going up and down that Monday through Friday all the time, lots of employees. Data centers typically don't have that huge amount of employees. So, my ask of this community and these neighborhoods is understanding that space is gonna get developed. It's gonna either get developed now or it's gonna get developed in the future. And the questions don't magically, and the concerns don't magically go away, right? There are gonna be different concerns and different questions, and we're gonna listen and we're gonna do this process again if that's the way it goes. But it's just being mindful of that because this is new for this group, but this isn't, new for the city because we have other large projects. For the record, if you want to know the longest meeting we've had, it was 1:45. And that was on an infield project. I don't think we're gonna trend that way tonight. Don't hold me accountable of that. Because it's brings passionate people up. But again, that's my concern. Just about just figuring out like, well, not here. The other thing I kind of noticed, commented here, there's a comment about, construction and living with construction. Again, you're gonna have that if if you're gonna have that if it's a housing development. I am up by the Harvest and Founder's Ridge. It's been a constant housing construction. I've stared at a dirt pile across the road for me. You don't want to look at the inside of my window wells right now, right? I get that. I knew that was gonna be that way. I knew it was gonna be construction. I was sitting on my deck this afternoon and looked at my table and it's covered in dust. I think the advantage of a project of this scale is that it's gonna be that timeline of construction, but then the property's done. Versus if it's separate items, it might be a 6-year construction, because you might get a parcel and a parcel and a parcel. So again, maybe that would be better for some, maybe it won't. I'm just pointing out, like, there are what is maybe viewed as a disadvantage can also be viewed as an advantage to kind of get that construction done. And then lastly, I'll just say that, a lot of this conversation about the 72 and the size and the scope, I think there's two pieces. One, I 100% understand the mayor in the conversation that this is zoned the way it's zoned. It's not zone residential. There are places where residential abut other zoning spaces. And so then that's when you talk about conversations of setbacks and berms. Because you're trying to do the right thing versus maybe some of our northern suburbs have not, where there's a wall in your backyard type of thing. And so I think that is piece. The 72, I think, to the comment of that is the market of what these buildings are. The 36, is that the right number?
Yep.
Okay. So again, said that was only put on there because at that time in that place, that was what could have been built there. The market, the size, the demand for this, I think the conversation about AI is huge. I think that's key. Lastly, I do think it is a good conversation, to the gentleman that said, okay, why would the city do this? Why that piece? I think that's a good conversation to have. It does benefit the city, the city having its power and having city-owned electric is a benefit of this. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about that or others want to, but I think it's a fair question to say, okay, why? Why did we ever want data warehouses in the city of Chaska? Because to the point, that was a decision that was made. And that's gonna happen in this property if it's one giant one or 3 separate ones. So I'll stop talking for a moment, otherwise I'll just keep talking.
I mean, I can talk real quickly about the economic benefits, from a pure economic development standpoint. I mean, this would be one of the largest, if not the largest, economic development project we've seen in our community. So there's, and where that impacts people is it makes the pie bigger. As far as, if you have the same tax dollar and you have a bigger pie, it means people pay less. And so, I mean, those types of economic development projects make a difference economically. We have sort of a dual benefit in Chaska in that we have our own electric utility. And having an electric utility with this type of user brings a lot of economic benefit to the community. So I know we talked this afternoon, on the discussion, and I completely get that that's probably farthest point from people's mind in that, but asking the question why from a community standpoint, that's sort of a big reason why from a community standpoint.
And then my last comment, just to kind of echo the property owner. I will commend both sides, because again, I up here stated that I'm a glass half full person. I believe both sides have good intents. It's who I am. I do think they are working really hard to work with the neighbors and listening to feedbacks. I think that's something as a council in the last several years, we have prided ourselves in really pushing developers to do those conversations. I will say I can think of a few properties that got scoped out and we gave them feedback and they never came back. Because they weren't wanting to have those conversations. Might have been a different economic reason too. But I do think we noticed, I'll speak for myself. I notice, and you can speak for yourselves too. I notice if a developer's listening or not listening, right? And sometimes we've seen it where they've come back after a concept plan, we've given them feedback and it's like, you didn't change anything. I don't think that's the case here. I think the fact that even today they updated it with the caliper trees kind of shows that demonstration. And it's give and take, right? I do think it's going to be changed. It's going to be viewed differently. You're going to adapt, but it will fit in to the city of Chaska.
I'll go next. First of all, thank you for everyone for being here and for providing your input and, for being part of this process, because this is a really important piece of that process that, not everyone gets a chance to do, right? I mean, in some communities, it's like, yep, we're just gonna have some hearing, just close it out, be done. That's it. Thank you, goodbye. And that's it. Here, I think it's the point of why we're here is that we want to have a collaborative process. We want to be able to listen. And I think that one of the things that's really important here is that we've been getting some good data points, right? Like there's like the gap that you mentioned between, the berms, right? That's something we could say, hey, maybe we can ask staff and the applicant to take a look at how do we close that gap, right? That input helps us make this project better. Every project in Chaska that has had dialogue has been better because of it. We can, looking around, whether it's in something like Autumn Woods or the Costco property or like any number of properties around here. I can think of like a dozen of them that all got better because of input and conversations like this. Oftentimes very emotional, very passionate conversations, and they're important conversations. So thank you for being here. I think it's important that we recognize what those gaps are, right? And this is something that's important for us, for staff, and for the applicant to look at and say, yeah, there's input here, and it's valid input, right? There's some things that, it's like people don't feel great about, and we need to acknowledge that and say, can we do better? Are there things we could do to address it? We may not be able to address everything, but, how can we bring up the bar some and, get closer to some place where there's a happy medium, right? We're not all going to be, we may not all be thrilled, but at least get to a point where we all feel like, yeah, I'm okay with this, right? And there's also and Matt, thank you for touching on the economics of this too. I think it's really important that one of the reasons why this project is so important to the greater community of Chaska is that, this is about providing, providing a development that provides jobs, right? There's 50 to 100 jobs, some or hopefully a good chunk of those people will be people who live and work in Chaska. There's going to be the construction jobs of people who are building this that hopefully will be, building it, and a lot of them may live and work in Chaska or nearby. But also that ongoing, once it's built in the next couple of years, right? Assuming it goes, then, there's going to be like those two different revenue streams. And I think that it's really important to recognize that if you look at like, how much money, when Matt was talking about making the pie bigger, right? If your house is, let's say, a 2,000 square foot house, you pay a certain amount of property tax on that house, right? Commercial real estate is usually what, like double the residential real estate rate or tax rate, right? Or something like that, or it's a higher percentage.
Tax
The
capacity.
tax capacity.
Tax capacity rate is higher.
Yeah, the tax capacity rate is higher. So that means that there's a higher amount of revenue we'll get from taxes that go into that same pot. So when you look at like instead of a 2,000 square foot house, it's like a 1.4 million square foot house. So ostensibly the property taxes that we would gather as a community would go into the same pot that we're all putting into, which in the big scheme, if we changed nothing about what we're, spending in terms of like what we had to spend money on, that means we can actually like effectively spread out what you're actually paying per house by actually having this data center there, because they're helping to offset that cost because they're paying for cost as well. So that's a really important piece of it. And of course, the revenue from the financial revenue we get from the power generation, because since we're the agency that actually generates power and selling it, the community benefits because that money comes right back into the community as revenue that can pay for things within our community and stays here. So from an economic perspective, as Matt mentioned, it's like probably one of the most significant economic drivers for our community we've had in like a long time, at least the past 20, 25, maybe 30 years. And also something that, relatively speaking, is a lot less impactful than having like an Amazon warehouse or something where you have like trucks coming in day and night and big bay doors and other noises and other things. Data centers in general are pretty quiet. They don't have a lot of traffic, and they kind of sit there and generate stuff. So that's one of the reasons why we've, been really encouraging development of data centers in general. That said, having seen a lot of developments here, this applicant has done a lot of work to reach out. They've had multiple meetings with homeowners. They've, listened, they've taken things. I mean, this is the first time I've actually seen a meeting at 3 p.m. and then seen changes from that meeting come into us by the meeting time, like within 3 or 4 hours. I've never seen that happen that fast. And I don't know if anyone else here has, but I mean, it's a pretty dang quick turn time. And it shows like there's some incentive that they really want to show that they're going to do something and make some impact here and do some changes. And so they're listening, they're trying really hard. And I think that's important to acknowledge that, that not every applicant does. And there's some who say, like, like where's a large, big box in town here who long ago, was looking at one site, ended up in a different site where they are today, and said, nope, we're not changing anything about this. We're just going to have our bay doors right next to where the houses are. We don't really care about the houses. We don't care that it's going to open up to someone's backyard and have like big rigs coming in and things like that. This was before all of our time here in council, but I remember that when that was happening, and so it was like pretty unpleasant. There's some really unpleasant conversations around that time. It turned out that, things kind of worked out okay because they traded properties with a different big box. And the one who ended up in that same location ended up deciding they, worked with the resident next door and said, then we're doing what Cloud HQ is doing, and said, we'll build a berm, we'll build a wall, we'll change our lights, we'll change a lot of the things we're doing to try to fit in. And I think they've been doing those things, all those things we've seen from the good applicants. So I think it could be a lot worse. So I think let's try to find, I think that I would encourage everyone to try to find some ground in here of how do we work together. And that said, having been in your shoes before, my personal experience was with Ridgeview, right? A lot of you have been to that facility, probably like it, brought your kids there because they got hurt or got sick or something. There was a time before that facility was there when, there was no medical facility within a certain radius. You either go to Waconia, Southdale, or St. Francis, and that was pretty much it. There was like this like desert of medical care. And, at the time, the way it was pitched, it sounded like we were going to get, 24 hours a day, helicopters and ambulances and stuff, all throughout the day and night. And it sounded absolutely horrifying as a resident who was looking right at that property. Turns out that they fly a helicopter into me about once a year as just a test flight to make sure that it actually still works and they can still fly in and out of it. And I don't even think we noticed it like 3 out of 4 years they do it. And then on the flip side of it, the ambulances, they have an agreement to, pretty much not turn on their lights and sirens until they're out onto 41, unless they absolutely have to, because they're trying to get someone out of the way. So we very rarely, if ever, hear the sirens and stuff from them, because practically speaking, they've been really good neighbors. And that said, I'm certainly cautiously optimistic, based on what we've seen from our applicants today, that we can hopefully see some of these things in the future and see them be good neighbors. And I think that that's what they're trying to do here, is they're trying to be good neighbors. And so I just asked to give it a chance, and that things don't end up coming out necessarily as ominously bad as we would think, because I've certainly lived through that. I thought it was going to be a lot worse, because I still do look out the top of that building and see it. but it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be, and there's a reason why I'm still here. So with that, I'll hand off to someone else.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm always a big fan when you all come out and hang out with us. I like that. And no, it seems like maybe I was being short with everyone. I really like to debate, and I like to be a voice of reason for people. I like debate in high school. So sorry for that if that came off to anyone, to Dan's point. But I think the cool thing about local government is we're your neighbors. We're just regular people. We're not special. We've gone through things similar. But we do get to kind of be that voice of reason to say, how can we come to a place to make sure you like it and that it's going to work for the city, it's going to work for you, it works for the developer. How do we make that happen? Does that mean that maybe I take 4 hours of a day to go visit northern suburbs to see how their data centers are? Yeah, that's what I signed up for. And I'm happy to do it, and I like it, and I like hearing from you guys. So I would just say, keep that in mind, that if this does go through tonight, that doesn't mean the conversation stops. Like hearing, we want fast trees. Great, that's really helpful information. We want to close that gap better. That's helpful information. So don't stop talking, because that's really what makes good projects great projects, is when we can keep hearing from you guys and keep hearing, like, what do you need to make this work? And that's the most important thing, and that's what matters to us. And it can be hard. Change is hard anytime, especially if you're not getting the change you want. That can be hard. But like I said, it's coming to that spot where we can say, okay, this is something we can live with. If it's a 30-foot berm and you put the fastest growing trees on it, okay, if we can close that gap a little bit better so I don't see it. Okay, let's do that. And that's what we're here to be voices for. I don't benefit beyond the benefit that all of Chaska gets if this goes in or not. So that's where it's meeting in the middle and helping be that voice of reason. And it's pretty common for projects, as mentioned before, to get radicalized a little bit, to get really worked up about it, to get worked up about change. I know I get really worked up about change that impacts me, that I care about. And so I always think of those people that come into my life and are that voice of reason to say, okay, you're so upset right now. How do we get to a better place? And that's what I think we're trying to do, is how do we get to that better place? So I just want to thank you for coming out, for stating what you need. And I don't want that conversation to stop if this does move forward. That's important. We want to keep hearing that, so that we can work through that. And I am grateful this is a developer that does seem to be really listening. That isn't the case always, as was mentioned before. And keep holding us accountable to hold them accountable. That's a good thing too. And this is the second in a 3-step process, so we'll get to see more if this does move forward. So.
Okay, so I first want to thank all of you for reaching out. I'm sure that many of you in this room have taken the time to email me. Some of your emails were brief, and then others were very lengthy as far as addressing the numerous concerns that we've had and that we've been able to address with Cloud HQ and with city staff. I also want to thank city staff and Cloud HQ. When I received all your emails, and I've talked on the phone with many of you this week, I obviously did know that there was a large amount of you that were very, very upset about this and were wanting to have some more information. So meeting with city staff last Friday, we came up with the plan to have a 3 o'clock meeting. Thank you to all of those that attended that were able to attend that meeting today. I know that we all work, and 3 o'clock isn't always the most conducive time to have a meeting, but I'm really appreciative of those that were able to join that call and for city staff to be able to facilitate. And as a bonus for Cloud HQ to actually be on that call, because I wasn't quite sure if it was just going to be us presenting and hopefully answering questions based on the presentation. So just want to make note of that. I spoke earlier on the phone call in regards to, just like Councilmember Wong did, a personal experience, although mine was a ball field that has lights. So when I look out my front yard, literally right across the street from me is a ball field with 50-foot, would I guesstimate, maybe, lights on my side of the street. And there's a few that are pointing from the home plate advantage, because the outfield is what faces across the street. I know I stood in the audience many, many years ago and spoke to the council at the time and said, expressed my disappointment and my fears. I thought I was going to have balls, breaking windows in the house. I thought that, there would be a lot of, people loitering around, and I was really worried about those lights, and I was worried about property values. Now, I'm still living in the same home 20 years later. I've had many neighbors come and go, been able to sell and other people buy those homes. Just historically, property values have gone up. I haven't seen a decrease, but again, like I'm speaking before you, this is a ball field, and I'm not going to give my, financial forecast of whether or not, property values in regards to this specific project. I say this because I thought it was going to be just an awful, awful thing to live with, and it wasn't. It's not. It's just a part of life living in this community. I feel that this project would be the same way. I think that, as others have spoken, I won't go around the same subject lines, that many of the, concerns have been addressed and have been explained. I think the berm is a great feature that will be able to create screening for the residents. But at the same token, I don't discount what you guys are all asking from me as your council member representative and what your concerns are. So tonight I'll reflect a no vote to base on what you're asking from me as your representative.
Well, I want to start as well. Thank you. I think that we've had a great dialogue tonight. I think it's been very civil, and I appreciate having that. And I think that there are things that we're going to be able to make changes as we move forward. Like it's been resonated up here, don't quit figuring out other things that might work out and have that conversation with us. I think is important. I just want to say, well, also I want to add, Mr. Tingwall said I was talking over people. If I talked over anyone, I want to apologize. I didn't think that I did, other than if I had to stop somebody because of time and things like that. But if I talked over you, I totally apologize, because that's not, I generally try to sit here and listen and come up with different things. And I hope the economic part, the question that you asked as well, Mr. Tingwall, has been answered. I was going to do the same, that beneficial to the city. This is the largest economic project that we'll probably ever see right now. And, we're dealing and hearing through my time here is we don't do enough economic development. Well, here sitting is one of the largest projects that many cities would love to see happen in their city. And now we're sitting here trying to figure out how can it cohabitate with the neighbors. And, that's why we sit here and listen and try to come up with different things. And I think that, ultimately, we're going to come up with some different things that maybe weren't considered until we heard them tonight. So, I've always, in my time here, there's been nothing, I don't have, the good thing about our positions up here is we don't have to be political. We don't have to look to the right or the left. We don't have to look at that. We look at what is best for the city. And that's what I've done in my time here as a mayor, always to say, how is it a good benefit for the city? And that's the way I look at it. I know that there's always people that aren't happy with the decisions that we've made. And I mean, personally, I'll look at it. I don't know about the other council members, but Sunday night, I mean, all night, this is what I do. I'm reading these packets and going through all this information so that I come here and that I'm as informed as I possibly can be. But I get a lot out of the staff reports because there's more information that I find or that I might not totally read and understand, because there's a lot of material here that we have to go through. So I think I think staff's done a great job. I think Cloud HQ has really stepped forward in comparison to other issues where we've had things like this. And it just doesn't always happen that way. And I think we can make a good project here. And hopefully we're gonna disagree, but at the end of the day, we can still say we're all residents of Chaska. And I think that's important. So. I don't know, last call, anyone?
I was just gonna comment back to I do think I'd like to explore the tree fund, for lack of a better terminology. Cause I do think it makes some sense where if we're just planting trees, say we're planting trees on the side that's not seen, can we look at a way to benefit some of that? Because, and be consistent, right? I don't want to create a precedent per se, that for future people say, well, hey, I want a tree in my backyard because you gave that person a tree in my backyard for future development. But I will also say that this is probably one of, as we all say, more of the unique projects of scale and size. So I think that's it'd be something to look into of how that works for people who, like I said, because there's gonna be a moment where it's like, oh, right, I sit here and just if there was a tree right in that spot, type of thing. So I think that would be something to be worth exploring.
Yep, we can look.
As a comment, right, as it was brought up. What's that?
I think, I just want to clarify what you're saying before I say agree.
It's fair.
You're saying that it should be used, not like a tree bank that could be used in like parks and we want to keep those trees local to the people being impacted. That's what you're saying?
Yes, I guess what I don't know the scope of
Right. We
How
don't know
many-
how that works,
how
but
many trees.
no, but what I guess I was gonna say is like, I would agree. I think, if there's trees in the boulevard that should be replaced, like it makes sense to use a tree bank
Well,
for
I
things
think
like
Jonathan
that.
for that.
Yeah, because careful, not all those trees are ours.
Okay, fine. So if there,
Yeah,
but
you
for
got,
other
I don't know which
trees,
ones, but
and we can put trees, so however that mechanism is, I do like the idea that it would benefit the people being impacted by it. And
I
then
think what
as much as possible, like that's what I'm saying.
do is we can really sort of look at quote unquote impact area and look at what the excess amount of trees are after we get to sort of like you can't get any more. And then then look at how we could create a mechanism. But I get what you're saying is let's have those benefit the residents that are close to the site.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
So
Agreed.
that's
So-
what you're saying.
yeah,
So
that
I
is what I'm
think
saying.
wholeheartedly.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so basically, so those who are at least the ones who are most impacted by it are the greatest beneficiaries of the trees when possible. Or when
Yeah,
it-
instead of moving it anywhere, keep it where it's impacted.
Yep.
and there's one thing that I missed. I know tonight was about the 36-foot buildings. That, and I don't even know, was that Cloud HQ?
No.
So, okay, so it was another data company that looked at that proposal, but for whatever reason, it wasn't beneficial to them because we took them, I believe that was concept and went to preliminary, I believe, and then at that point, you've got a lot of things in place, and for some reason, it failed for whatever reason.
Well,
And
I think it's what Brett said. The world is changing with AI rapidly. And so I think the smaller data centers that you used to see before are no longer the smaller data centers.
right, thoughts, anyone? Or we have two motions tonight that we have to consider. So if there's no more comment, the first one that I have on my list here is a motion to adopt resolution number 2024-80, approving a preliminary site and building plan preliminary plot and conditional use permit for Cloud HQ and a new substation.
So moved.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. Discussion. Discussion. Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Pose same sign.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Second motion is to adopt ordinance. Sorry, 1050 approving the zoning ordinance amendments to a PID 7 as depicted in Exhibit A. Discussion.
So one thing, real quick, so we had talked about like there's a gap in the trees. I mean, I think the tree thing, we've kind of beat that horse pretty well in terms of that. There's that, the resident mentioned that gap because of the, where that easement is. If we can look at that a little bit more, like certainly encourage.
Yeah, I have that in the notes to look at.
Yeah.
We can make,
We're restricted under the power lines as far as putting,
yeah.
growing up trees.
That, let us look into it.
Yeah.
Because working through the power agency, we might have some context that maybe that becomes a possibility, but let's check it out.
Right. I need a motion one way or another, whether we approve or not approve, but I need a motion to adopt ordinance 1050.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Grau,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign.
Nay.
Carries 4-1. Right. That is it for this piece of it. So let's maybe take a 5-minute break. Get something to drink. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Appreciate it.
Other pieces will be very quick.
Yeah, had time to
Small
spare.
amount of
Compared
stalls.
to everything else.
Make sure.
I'm waiting while you guys are here. Sorry, but we needed to take a little unwind after one like that. So, but thank you for being patient with us. Gavin, are we hot?
Yep, you're live.
Okay, all right, we'll come back after that short recess and we're gonna move to item, 8B. And that is adopt ordinance number 1051, approving zoning ordinance amendment, to PMD 20 for a baseball training facility at 1230 Chaska Creek Way, DBAT. Oh, Matt's not here.
Jump right in if you want me to.
What's that?
I can jump right in if you want me to.
Take off. Let's get her done.
Yep. Zoning ordinance amendment, for, the company known as DBAT, which are proposing to locate at 1230 Chaska Creek Way. That site is highlighted in blue on this aerial exhibit. So this is a part of, what we once referred to as the Chaska Creek Industrial Development. There were two buildings, a part of that plan. We're looking at the north, building, where DBAT would wish to locate. So some of the cross streets, we're now on the south side of Engler Boulevard or County Road 10. We are west of Chaska Creek Boulevard and north of Creek Road. In terms of the previous approvals that have happened, on this site in particular, it was back in 2021 when we approved the preliminary and the rezoning for PMD 20 for these buildings in particular. The final was approved in March of 2021. So again, DBAT, the company in question this evening wishes to locate in 1230 Chaska Creek Way or the northern industrial building. So the current request is a zoning ordinance amendment to PMD 20, which stands for Planned Multi-Use District Number 20, to include a baseball, softball, sports training facility use within that district. In terms of how it's currently set up, for guidance and zoning, the comprehensive plan guides this area for business park. A snippet from that guidance language does allow for supporting retail and services such as healthcare and fitness. And then the current zoning district, PMD 20, is very specific in its permitted uses that allows for office and manufacturing warehousing facilities, not to include distribution centers. So the fact that the zoning does not specifically list out recreational, health, or fitness use within that, that is why they're asking for an amendment to this planned multi-use district for this building specifically. So the use that's specifically being proposed within the building, they specialize in baseball and softball training facilities. They have over 150 locations across the country. They offer first-class training facilities, instructors, camps, and clinics within their space. It's open to the public, so it's not affiliated with a specific club or team. So anyone can really come in and utilize that space if they want to train within baseball or softball oriented uses. The building that they wish to locate it in is approximately 133,000 total square feet. There is currently one vacant tenant space available in that building. Otherwise, it is fully occupied by two other tenants. The space would allow this specific use to have 18 to 21 batting cages within the building. It has the clearance height that they need for that type of use, and that's why this space in particular is desirable for them. They have 20 to 25 employees with this use. So in relation to what they state their parking need is based on the total amount of employees and how many people come during peak times. They do state that they need 30 stalls to adequately service their space. The facility would be open daily, so Monday through Sunday. They state that their peak hours are during the weekdays after 4 p.m. and during the weekends between 12 and 6 p.m.
What was the closing time? I saw it earlier in a report, but what is it on weekdays?
I might have them confirm that because I don't have that.
Okay, we can do that when they come up. That's fine.
In terms of the parking for this building in particular, we looked at the existing users and then the proposed use for DBAT. And the total parking requirement that we're coming to is 302 parking spaces for all three uses. What's provided on site is 302 parking spaces. With proof of parking, they have 225 total spaces that are currently constructed with the building and adequately serve the properties. And DBAT also is confident that the parking out there with the coexistence of the other uses, they will be able to sufficiently park their use.
Will we access to park in the back of that building if the front happens to be filled
Correct.
up on days when
Yep.
businesses are rocking and kids
Yeah.
are off or something?
So they don't require the use of their loading dock space for trucks, so they would be able to use the back of their building to convert to additional parking
Okay.
if they need it. I also want to note that when we did go through final approvals for this building in particular, they were able to show a plan of 410 stalls on this site.
Say that
So
again, I couldn't hear you.
so when we approved the plan in 2021, they showed a proof of parking exhibit to max out the parking at 410 stalls. So they have more than enough parking
Okay.
out there if they need to expand beyond what they have. Specific to this site and to the industrial buildings here, they are within a TIF district number 24. So within TIF districts, they do limit the amount of non-qualified uses within TIF districts that are outside of manufacturing, warehousing, or research. And the threshold or the max limitation to non-qualifying uses is 15% within a TIF district. So DBAT would be the first non-qualifying use within this TIF district. And with them involved, they would only be at 8%. So well under that 15% limitation.
That's 8% of the total square foot of the building then? Is that what we're saying?
8% for the total square footage of both buildings.
Okay.
Yep. Because both buildings are in the TIF district. So the amendment specifically would be to PMD 20. As we mentioned before, the existing permitted uses for this building is office, manufacturing, warehousing facilities, not including distribution centers. So the amendment would propose to change the permitted use allowed for this north building, which would have a second provision stating baseball, softball, sports, training facility not to exceed more than 25,000 square feet of the building and not to include tournaments.
So help me again. I probably missed it. So we want to switch it to a PMD 20?
It's currently in a PMD 20. We are doing an amendment to the PMD 20 to include an extra use
All right.
for the north building only. So it's a very limited amendment. And it's limited to not to exceed 25,000 square feet.
So the way that the amendment is set up technically, if let's say DBAT's like super successful and one of the other tenants moves out, they could potentially grow into the space in the rest of the building. So it's not limited to just their suite.
Right.
Right.
And the 25,000 square feet really encompasses what their tenant space is that they're locating in. It maybe gives them a little extra breathing room. It was very specific to.
So basically,
space.
So do we need to say that just because what we just went through about 36-foot building? Do we need to say the square footage? Is that necessary so
It's
that we don't?
necessary in regards to the TIF district.
I get that, but is it necessary to say, so basically they have close to 24,000 now? So they really, this is saying they can't expand it.
Right, without having to go through a process with city council and planning commission. So it gives.
This is only, they can't go over that without council approval. It's not a zoning change or anything.
Well, it would be an amendment. It would be another amendment to the zoning ordinance if they wanted to move forward with exceeding that limitation.
Don't want to see it come back and haunt another council.
Yeah, so Mayor, I don't know if this might help. You know, when this was originally, these buildings went through originally. In this, you know, this area, this, you know, business park area that's out here, right, was envisioned, was really put an emphasis on high-end manufacturing, job creation.
Right.
You know, objectives around there. That's why when this area was originally zoned, with that emphasis, the uses as Liz listed out earlier were put in there, and more recreational type uses were not really considered as permitted. So these folks, you know, coming in with the use that they are proposing, being for, you know, baseball and softball training, is more of a recreational, you know, type use that's outside of what is currently permitted. And so we've worked with them to scope out a limited scale zoning amendment here, to try to continue to be true to the original intent of this development, this business park, for more high-end, you know, head of household type job creation, manufacturing, type space, without, you know, eroding that original intent, you know, too much. So that's why we've scoped it the way that we have. You know, we don't have to do it that way, but I think the concern there is opening up that gate too far. So you end
The
up
whole building
seeing,
becomes that.
you know.
Well, no, and I get that. But we can't do that because it can only be a certain percentage because it's a TIF district. If it wasn't in a TIF district, then it could be the whole building.
Yeah,
So-
the TIF district doesn't last forever though.
Right. No,
It's only an 8.
It's only 8 years, so,
Short at this.
yeah.
all right, if you're comfortable, I'm fine. I just after going through that last one about the 36 feet just made me really think about it. Are we doing the right thing? So if we're good with it, we're good with it.
So, and to be clear, we're not altering the footprint of the building. We're not altering anything with the building. We're just opening up the door to another use for the portion of one of the buildings.
So to that end, I mean, to not block it out, I mean, the TIF district ends in 8 years, right? So we know when the TIF district ends. Can we tie the limitation of the 25,000 square foot until such date or the TIF district is terminated or closed?
Do you want it to become bigger?
Because I mean, well, here's why not? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I think that's a question.
because yeah. I mean, then
I wouldn't be in favor of that because you know, the goal out there was just like Matt said, high-end manufacturing and, you know, job creation and things like that. You know, maybe that's the new wave of the future, but I don't wanna hog tie somebody again. I think we're comfortable with this and we deal with it that way and we're still under our,
It can always come back.
yeah. I mean, you know, if something happened and one of the other tenants moved out, then we deal with it. But I don't know. I wouldn't be in favor of that, but certainly if other council members are, then
then we go from there, but I don't think I would be. So. Anybody speaking up? Nope.
I was just throwing it out there since you were talking about not boxing in future councils, so.
Right,
I was like, well.
But
I was just answering your question.
it seems like we'd be boxing them, so.
He just decided to disagree with himself.
I do that pretty often, so. All right, let's go back to business.
Okay.
Well, I don't have much more to say.
I don't know where to start either.
I mean, our analysis, just based on it being more of a supportive use to the business park. It has visibility from a major roadway like Engler Boulevard that these recreational uses need. And with the comp plan guidance for business park, it does have guidance in there for a limited amount of secondary uses, such as fitness. And with it meeting the threshold of the TIF requirements, we do feel that it is a reasonable request in its limited form. So the motion you're making this evening, if you choose to move forward with it, is to adopt ordinance number 1051, approving the zoning ordinance plan multi-use district PMD 20 to include a baseball, softball, sports facility use within the building at 1230 Chaska Creek Way, and then as depicted in Exhibit A. Happy to answer any questions. We do have the applicants here too.
All right, questions for Liz? How about a representative from DBAT? Come on up. Name and address, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Kroon. I live at 7201 61st Street in Cottage Grove. So I'm the owner of DBAT Lake Elmo. My wife and I own that place, and it's about 18,000 square feet, to put it in perspective. It's one of the larger ones within the 100. There's about 170 DBATs today. So about 18,000 square feet. Just to reiterate, we are open to the public. We're not going to ever affiliate with a club team. We're not going to form our own club teams. We're independent, so we're going to kind of service the community. It's a very fun business. It's very rewarding. We see a lot of kids over on the east side getting better at softball and baseball every day. So it's a lot of fun, very much a family-oriented business. We see kids, parents, and grandkids a lot of times all at the same time coming into the business and hitting and getting better. So some highlights, I think we've had 4-year-olds up to 80-year-old coming into the facility. So multi-generational, very positive influence to the community, I feel like. So definitely excited the chance to start one on this side of town. So.
I was just gonna ask, so is Lake Elmo the nearest?
It is, yep.
Okay, so they're not.
There's one that's going in Burnsville, probably in the next month or so, but.
Yeah, it's on their webpage. So are they it's a franchise,
It
right?
is.
So like you have nothing affiliated with like the Burnsville one. You're the Lake Elmo.
Correct, yep.
And then, so you have 20 to 25 employees. Now, do you bring in certified coaches to help these? Are they high school kids that are helping younger kids, or how does that work?
Yeah, our instructors, we require, it's not really a written rule, but for us, D3 and above graduates, baseball, softball players. So they make $25 an hour. Then we have one that played for the Tampa Bay Rays. I have another guy that played for the Detroit Tigers. So they're more like $50 an hour. So it kind of ranges, but yeah, they're definitely college level graduates. And
You'll be able to have those coaches here?
yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Might call you out.
Yeah.
I doubt it. I really doubt it.
So
I
Go
was
on.
gonna say, what's like the age range of, the kids? Is it like T-ball or is it mainly like older kids?
Yeah, I'd say 5 to 14, 15. Now we do I was serious. We do have like 80-year-olds coming in. They do slow pitch on our machines because our machines do slow pitch. Baseball and softball, softball for the slow pitch, but yeah. So typically they'll 5 to 14, 15-year-olds, but all ages really.
Is it that, there's instruction with it, or is it one of those things where you just rent a cage?
The 80-year-olds don't want the instruction. They actually just come in and do the
Because they
machine.
know everything.
Yeah, they already know. We have done instructions on, we have a 25-year-old instructor who has done lessons though for like 70-year-olds before. So it's kind of funny to watch, but But yeah, typically those guys don't want the instruction. They just want the machines.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So they're basically rental by the hour?
Yeah, so the cages, they're not rentable by the hour, you buy credits for them. So that's always first come, first serve.
Okay,
That way we can't have a whole team that says, I'm gonna rent every one of your cages, and then the public is like, well, what are we supposed to do?
okay, so like there's no reservations, just.
Not for the machines. Now, the other cages, you can reserve those, and then we have pitching tunnels as well, so we'll have pitchers come in and pitch in there.
Oh, so you can basically. Somebody can come in and actually pitch to someone versus a machine.
Yeah, they do front toss, soft toss. In the tunnels, we have planning for 70-foot tunnels. You can come in and pitch as well off the mounds.
So, if this gets approved tonight, how long does it take you to get operational?
Hoping for late winter to early spring. So probably February timeframe. Yeah.
So you mentioned that you're a franchise, so do you have like a franchise area that you service? I assume that like, it's like another, DBAT franchisee couldn't come into like Chanhassen or like Savage or something, or like too close by to here.
Yeah, so it's a 5-mile radius from where we open. But typically DBAT's not gonna really put anything up to 20-25 miles away. So probably could be one in Edina at some point, but nothing like
Your
Chanhassen.
website says like there's 150 locations or 160 or something like that nationwide. So yeah, okay.
70 of them are in Texas. They started in Texas.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So there's a high concentration there and everyone's spread out.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And then I saw it in the report, but your hours of operation are what?
Yeah, so on the weekdays, it's 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then the weekends, it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday and noon to 6 p.m. on Saturday, noon to 6 p.m. on Sunday.
Yeah.
So 9 p.m. on the weekdays.
So because you're in between the two other existing businesses, sound, like, is there sound buffering that what's?
Yeah, I don't know the stats, but almost none of them have ever done any sound barriers. It just doesn't become a concern. It's just not very loud.
So there's already, the curtain walls are up from the other businesses, so your walls you're already set.
Yeah, so we had a vacancy next to us in Lake Elmo, and we walked with one of a developer, walked through it with nothing in there. You could barely hear the balls being hit, and that's without any HVAC, without conversation, without PCs. So it's not very loud.
I assume that, like a lot of your instructors have like, CPR, first aid training, things like that for, in case someone, gets hit with, a stray ball or just a tip or something like that. Do you have to carry like extra like liability insurance, things like that in the facility?
Yeah, we do have, we have to cover that with insurance, but there's a kind of a standard DBAT policy that we.
So it's not on the building owner, it's on your franchise. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I haven't.
Nothing.
They're asking.
He's got young kids in baseball.
Okay, sign them up.
The baseball guy, yeah.
The one I'm familiar with is in Rochester, because I talk about it now. My Facebook feed will load me with Facebook ads for DBAT in Rochester. Similarly, do you partner, because it looks a lot like they tend to partner with USA Baseball Academy to bring in camps and clinics. Is that what you've done with Lake Elmo and that type of thing?
Not really at all. No, we did have a USSSA All-American Games tryout at our facility, which is kind of odd. We had some people from Chaska that were there at that was last spring, but not too many partnerships like that. They just happen to do a lot with DBAT. USSSA does.
Got it. Yeah, I like I said, they sometimes host similar things, some of the global USSSA travels. And then I assume a few of these have like hit tracks set up. Do you know how many hit tracks will be in there?
So we have one in Lake Elmo. It might end up getting 2 here. This is larger. So like I said, the other one's about 18. This is larger. So we have more room for more cages.
Hit track.
Measures velocity of the ball,
Oh.
all the measurements, and can predict where the ball would go in the field.
Choose your stadium, any MLB stadium.
Golf
Exactly.
simulator.
100%. Yep, exactly. Instead of measuring the golf ball off the club.
Speak
it's behind
English,
the
then we
baseball.
understand.
Tracks.
Golf simulator
Definitely
for
our most
baseball.
popular one in Lake Elmo.
I assume the other question I would say, I'd assume that there's like a front desk that's staffed that entire time. Baseball players behave great all the time, but I just sometimes like the drop off and loitering situation when you have other businesses, right? So just making sure we're mindful of that for those other businesses because never would a parent just swing by and drop a young middle school kid off to go hit. But like I said, they're all good kids, right? All those baseball players are good kids, but you answered that question, right? There's someone there, they're managing that. Because that would obviously be the concern if there's loitering with those other businesses and, idle minds sometimes with kids can lead to other behaviors too, so.
Are you gonna offer any kind of vend service, food, drinks?
No, we'll do snacks and like prime and we do have mini melts, but nothing, no food though.
You guys do like, I think on the website you showed like you'd have birthday parties, things, and some other like small events and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. Okay.
In your Lake Elmo facility, have you partnered with the city baseball associations? Kind of what's your relationship with, how do you build in the community, right? Like having it open to the public is one way. But I'm just kind of curious on strategies and those pieces. Obviously, like you said, a whole team can't come rent out a facility, right? But I also know that indoor winter space in Minnesota is difficult for baseball in general. So I'm just kind of curious what you've done at Lake Elmo,
Yeah.
kind of build a partnership with the community and city.
Yeah, I mean, really, we go to a lot of the events, like Elmo will have like a summer event that we'll go to, baseball tournaments ask us to go there a lot. But we never like sponsor anybody. Like we get asked all the time if we'll put a banner in an outfield at Eastridge or Woodbury, and we won't do that. Because we don't want it to look like we're Eastridge or Woodbury or Chaska for that matter. We want it to be open to the.
Well, it'd have to be Chaska, not
Right,
Chaska.
exactly. So yeah, as far as just partnering, not a formal partnership, the first month, we're gonna let everybody come in, even after hours. That's been a really successful strategy for us. 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock on a Sunday. You guys, Chaska gets the place to themselves for free. And they're gonna fall in love with it. They're gonna sign up for memberships. They're gonna come back. It's just the way it kind of happens.
So another question, does the mayor get to have the first hit out of the batting
Yeah, that's
cage?
part of the stipulations.
It might have to be a long night.
Well, it says 40 miles.
Really slow pitch.
We do have a boost on hit track, so you
Say nothing.
can boost it by 10, you can hit some home run guaranteed, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just comment as an observation, as a parent with young kids in the baseball world. I think, I don't know a lot about DBAT other than I get advertising for the Rochester one. I think the openness and the price, I was looking at some of the prices, I'm assuming those are based on franchise, can vary
A
roughly.
little bit of variation, but pretty
Um,
standard, yeah.
I do think, this not to shock anyone out here, but baseball clubs that offer this type of program are not cheap and tend to be hard, like it's not a socially, economically supportive method, right? There's a favored piece to it because they're expensive. So I think having other alternatives in a community is beneficial because cost should never, in my opinion, cost should never be a barrier to a child playing a sport. Unfortunately, it is a huge barrier all the time. And so I think, like I said, I think that's a different price point, a different piece, flexibility, I think is a nice thing to have because like I said, there's lots of price points. And I think the more variety and more widespread you can provide access is good.
Well, I guess on that note, we get questions all the time, like my kid's 12, he's never played before. I'm assuming you can't really work with him, but it's like, that's who we want. Like, we want the kids that don't have anywhere to go and that aren't the best. They're maybe the worst player on their house team and it's
Stop.
that's, yeah, we definitely welcome.
Yeah, I mean, there's everything, like I said, and that's awesome because, you see kids quit sports early for lots of reasons. But it is hard because, I've had questions with neighbors saying like, oh, my kid's now all of a sudden interested in baseball, but I feel like I should have started, before they're even born prepping them. Like sometimes it feels like that, right? But, it is nice to have that ability because, there are so many things, not to go into detail, but there's so many things with youth sports that you really do not understand how skilled a child's gonna be until they get to a certain age. And so to keep them interested in a sport as long as possible, because the kid that's not the greatest kid now might be the best kid in 5 years.
And I'll speak the opposite of it when you have a child that doesn't really show a lot of attention to sports, but then later on becomes interested and you kind of feel like I'm way
Yes.
behind the eight
Yep.
ball on this because they were saying no to you. It's nice to know that you guys cater to all, skill levels and you have that ability.
Probably my favorite part about the business. So we get this a lot. It's like what keeps me going. It's like always get this comment. Like last year, my kid didn't even hit the ball. He never even fouled the ball off. This year they're hitting line drives. And it's like anything else. You do it over and over again and you take lessons. You're gonna get better. I mean, everyone's gonna get better. You know, the starting point might be here, it might be here, but everyone there is getting better when they come in. So it's fun. It's
I think
fun.
perspective wise, if you were to sit here today and say, where could I randomly go and hit in a batting cage with a ball being pitched? The only thing that I'm familiar with is Grand Slam in Burtsville. I think is the only real, and they have like 3 maybe. To like on a whim, right? Like before you buy into it, like would they even be interested? Like there is not a lot of just options where you
Oh,
can
yeah,
walk
you just
in
go in.
on a Saturday afternoon because you're bored and say, let's go hit some baseballs and not be a member and not have this and that, and just walk in and do that. So it's definitely an interesting, it's the warehouse is that model is interesting. The other one that I've seen recently change, and maybe it'll come for us eventually, we'll have to look at this space again, is basketball courts
Oh, yeah,
and warehouse, just
it's a big one.
a new facility just opened up north of here. That literally is a industry bay with 7 basketball hoops that rebound and shoot the ball back to you and you can just shoot. And it's literally just a warehouse.
So in our Lake Elmo facility, next door neighbor now is Shoot 360. And then 4 down from there is Pickle in the middle, pickleball. So all of a sudden we're like a sports area.
Oh, be careful when we limit because we may have, I mean, I'm just pointing out, you may have others who come. Now the TIF piece will come into play with that. But that is the demand for industrial buildings is with high roofs and nothing in the middle.
For only the next 8 years.
Next 8 years.
All right.
I'm done.
Anyone else? All right, I guess it wasn't what I was hoping to put in there, but I guess, I know that there is a big demand for facilities like this and, I know as the owner, you probably want all your spaces filled, so, it works out well for that as well, but, yeah, I can see supporting this and I think that there is beneficials. I like the fact, I like that you're really open and not really tied to anyone or anything because that's the options around here currently and it can be sometimes challenging. Stays that way for the long term, so. All right, with that, here's where we're at. I would need a motion to adopt ordinance 1051 approving the zoning ordinance amendment to the planned multi-use district PMD 20 to include baseball, softball sports facility within a building at 1230 Creek Way.
So moved.
Second.
Oh.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Gross, second by Councilmember Wong. Discussion. Jay, did you have anything?
Please, no.
I failed to give you that opportunity in case you needed to come up here and want to give a spiel.
He did speak at the planning commission about the TIF districting and.
So you're good?
Yeah.
You don't need anything? Oh, here he comes.
Oh.
Oh. 25 is what you get.
I thought it was helpful.
Jay Moore, Oppenheimer Investment Company, 400 Water Street, Excelsior, Minnesota. Mark, we talked about this out in the lobby. We set out a few years ago to create jobs and to have a nice place for people to work and a big investment in the community, and I think the tenants that are in those buildings have also made a big investment as well, and we're very proud to see the quality of tenants that are in there and what's happening in that park. So I think this is a great alternative use for a small space, but the intent was to create meaningful jobs and fill that center, and I think we've done a pretty good job at that. So I think this is an ancillary use that will do really well for the community. And during business hours, it might, especially on the weekends when the office people are not there, there's going to be plenty of parking and plenty of freedom.
I'm not really worried about parking there.
Yeah. So
More than adequate.
I think the whole project in whole is a success, and, we're protecting that TIF district with only allowing this 8%. And we worked with Julie at the city very closely, and Liz and Nate and everyone at the staff level. So,
Awesome.
and Matt. So
30 seconds is up.
okay, thanks.
Thank you for doing that. I think that's very helpful to put that on the record, so.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Jay, you got anything to, never mind. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. Thanks everyone for being here. All right, we're gonna keep moving. We're gonna go on to 8C, adopt resolution number 2024-79, approving concept plan for the Goddard School, a licensed daycare at 1850 White Oak Drive.
Mayor, Councilmember, this is an item coming to you from the Planning Commission recommending approval. The site that we're talking about is actually adjacent to our public safety site and just south of, I call it the Concentra Health Building. So it's actually that building was the first of two buildings that were to be built on that site. So this would be the second building. I'll turn it over to Ashley, who's going to do the presentation.
Thank you, Matt. So tonight we're reviewing the Goddard School request for the property at 1580 White Oak Drive. As Matt said, the site is located east of the city's public safety facility and generally west of the Engler and 41 intersection. My voice is going quickly because it is getting late at night, so I'm going to try to go as fast to keep it still functioning. Hopefully my brain will make it through too. Tonight, we're in the first phase of the city's three-step review process. So the concept plans, as you know, generally have a very high level plans, meaning that it's also high level. At this phase, we're really trying to identify any issues to be resolved in those two later processes. The site is 2.5 acres and it's part of the North Meadows 8th edition plat, which was originally approved in 1990. Around the same time, site and building plans were approved for a new building, so phase 1, which primarily was intended to have medical and dental office type users. It was anticipated that that project would be constructed over 2 phases. The first phase, which is essentially what's out there today, roughly 13,000 square foot building on the northern half of that site. That building is currently occupied by 3 medical type users and then a grab and go restaurant type use. The existing site also has parking lot and drive lanes that essentially wrap around the east and west side of the site. Phase 2 of that site plan, originally approved in 1990, was never constructed. That phase was intended to roughly double the size of phase 1. And for roughly 30 years, that southern section of the site has remained vacant. The Goddard School concept plan is contemplating the construction of a new daycare building where phase 2 was originally contemplated. The daycare would be licensed for up to 159 children, would employ up to 35 staff, and would generally operate Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. As currently shown, the new building would be accessed utilizing that existing site access roughly midway through the site onto White Oak Drive. And the entire southern section of the site would be regraded to accommodate that new building. The two new play areas shown in pink on the plan, as well as the parking areas shown in yellow. Two retaining walls are currently shown on the plan, one north of the proposed building and then one west of one of the new play areas. Essentially, those retaining walls are to tie into the existing grade and to flatten the site for those play areas.
How big of walls are we talking height-wise? You know?
The applicant is here, roughly, that northern wall would be 5 to 7 feet at its tallest point. That western wall, would step up to about 6 feet.
Okay.
The plan is also including, extending the sidewalk that currently terminates, at the site access down to the intersection of White Oak Drive and Meadow Lane, and then moving west into an existing sidewalk that terminates to the west of the site. So moving through some of the site details and staff analysis, the 2040 comp provides the site for commercial, and the property is currently zoned PCD 5, planned commercial district. As previously mentioned and as summarized in your supporting information section of your report for this evening, the preliminary plat and the rezoning were approved in the early 1990s. And then site and building plans for phase 1 were approved around that same time. After recognizing that the final plat hadn't been filed with Carver County, several reaffirmations, extensions, and then reapprovals that essentially kind of divvied that up, and replatting for the fire station occurred over the next few years. And I'm gonna just grab one drink. Give me 1 second. Those original land use documents that were approved in the early 90s prescribed permitted uses for each of the lots within the preliminary or the preliminary plat. However, very sorry. However, and so those permitted uses, those prescriptive permitted uses for the subject property was really intended for medical and dental and more of those professional type uses. And then also just any customary accessory uses that were incidental to those types of uses. However, as the subject property kind of moved from that preliminary plat and through those several reapprovals, at some point, the lot descriptions between the subject property and the property to the east that currently has the bank property, those lot descriptions were essentially swapped. And so subsequent building permits and tenants within this phase 1 on that northern site really reflect this broader use or this broader list of permitted uses that was really intended for that eastern bank property. So city staff has been working with the city attorney for how to reasonably address this as we move forward through the process. And at this point, staff feels that the most appropriate and reasonable path to move forward would be to rescind and replace those original resolution and ordinances and replace them with a new ordinance that essentially applies that broader list of permitted uses to both that bank property and the subject property. But that said, I'm happy to entertain any questions kind of about that process, but we'll continue to have those discussions and I'll have more detail in a future phase. But I just wanted to give you a little preview of that this evening. So stepping back into the Goddard School application. The new building would be just over 2 stories, it'd be roughly 13,000 square feet in size. The first floor would generally contain the lobby, staff offices, and the infant and toddler rooms. And the second story would be more of the preschool age classrooms. That second story would be accessed via an elevator that's centrally located within the building, and then the 2 stairwells flanking the building. The new building's entrance would sit about 4 feet lower than the existing Phase 1's building's entrance, and that new building would have a height of roughly 30 feet. And while the original concept plan from the 90s didn't clearly articulate a building height, it did appear that that second phase would be the taller of those 2 phases. So the applicant has intended or indicated that they intend to subdivide the property essentially to allow for separate ownership of those 2 buildings. While it's not necessarily part of tonight's application, as currently shown, this subdivision would require a setback variance actually for that existing building to the north, down from 30 feet down to 0 feet. So staff is going to continue to work with the applicant because there is some ample room to adjust that property line in order to eliminate the need for that setback.
That I can't quite hear everything, but is that, you're talking about that southern setback?
Yeah, so it would be that interior lot line that would essentially bisect the property to allow that separate ownership. So the southern corner, the southeastern corner of that existing building would require a variance or a zoning amendment. Oops. City utilities are available for connection, and actually, in fact, the city has existing storm sewer and sanitary sewer that bisects in the southeastern western section of the site. Staff will continue to work with the applicant and the city's engineering department to ensure that the private site improvements and landscaping would allow for maintenance and replacement of those utilities in the future. The plan, while we don't have the details of where those underground storm chambers would be, the applicant's narrative has indicated that that's how they plan to treat for stormwater management. We'll get more details and provide that in the future phase. This application does trigger the city's landscaping ordinance. The plan as it's shown today includes a mix of coniferous and deciduous trees, as well as areas that are planted with shrubs and perennials for screening. Staff will continue to work with the applicant to ensure that the landscape ordinance is met not only for this site, but then also for that northern area as was originally intended by the 1990s. Site plan. Also noted in your report this evening, the project does close an existing gap in the pedestrian network at the intersection of White Oak Drive and Meadow Lane. But as part of this application, staff has identified 2 additional areas that could improve the pedestrian experience within the site. The first would be around the sidewalk on the north and east sides of the building. Currently, there's not really a relief for the pedestrians because the sidewalk is sandwiched between the existing building and bollards flanking the sidewalk and the vehicular areas of the site. And so staff has included a condition this evening that would require the applicant to at least explore opportunities to provide areas for that pedestrian relief. The second item that we've identified to improve the pedestrian experience on the site would be essentially to continue a sidewalk in some fashion from that interior site network out to that external sidewalk network. Parking lot setbacks, as they're currently shown, are appropriate, and the proposed parking stalls that they're showing on the plan would exceed what code would require. Code would require 83 stalls, and there would be 114 stalls proposed. Acknowledging that the daycare's trip generation would be much different than the site's originally anticipated clinic uses. Staff referred to the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE data. Those calculations are included in your report for this evening. But based on that data, it's anticipated that the site would generate roughly 100 more average daily trips than if phase 2 were constructed as that medical dental use. The application was sent over to Carver County for review, just given its proximity to Engler Boulevard. They've essentially also reviewed ITE data and provided that they anticipate that the increase in traffic could be accommodated with that upcoming traffic circle. And staff generally agrees with that. However, given the increase in traffic, staff has included an additional condition this evening that would require the applicant to explore a secondary access onto Meadow Lane to essentially alleviate all of those trips generated from the site utilizing that singular access. That secondary access was shown in that 1990 site plan. So again, staff will continue to work with the applicant.
Concerned about people then going through the neighborhood out of that because one, I live up in that area across the way. This will create traffic issues. There's no doubt about it. With 2 daycares within a half a block of each other, and everybody coming in at that, 4 to 6 time period. I get it that the street's gonna go under reconstruction next year, but I like the fact of a second access, but I worry then that it becomes a neighborhood cut through. And so I hope we take that into consideration when we look at that access, if there's not a way to put a secondary one on White Oak. But I don't know, it's my opinion, but I know there's not, looking at that, there's not a lot of room to be able to do that. So
Yeah, that
I
one.
just want us to be wise about what we're doing.
Yeah, and that 91, I don't like that either because it doesn't line up with there's no way of lining up with Cardinal. So you're gonna have, a little bit offset there, which isn't ideal either. But of course, if you line it with Cardinal, then it becomes an easier cut through as well. So you kind of, so yeah, I echo that comment of worrying about that. So, okay.
I'll preview this and then I can kind of gloss over it a little quicker. The Planning Commission spent a lot of their time discussing kind of site circulation and traffic patterns in the neighborhood as well. And I think they echoed a lot of it that you're mentioning. And one of the things that the city engineer and I were discussing is we were deciding whether or not to include that approval, or that condition rather, was that with a secondary access onto Meadow Lane, certainly, there may be vehicular users that would you turn right out of that and go onto Meadow Lane and then circle back around up through to Engler. However, it's more likely that they would make a left-hand turn, go to this intersection, and then continue in just to kind of help with the flow of traffic. Yeah, and then that secondary access internally to the site would prevent backups. As people are circulating the site, it kind of helps with that site circulation through the site as well if they're utilizing that southern access.
What about if you made that secondary access the right in, that it's only an entrance in and exit through the other way?
Certainly possible. I think the property owner to the north, the existing property owner would have to agree to that. But that's certainly something that we can discuss with them.
Why would that property owner, if you did it off of Meadow?
Well, maybe I should clarify, you're you're speaking to making this existing access a right-in?
Oh, not the existing, if you made a secondary one on Meadow, that you just come around the corner and go right in and out through the existing.
Uh,
I mean, I
yeah,
have to answer that right now,
no, I think
but
I was thinking through how that was working and, yeah, I think that's certainly something that we can explore. I think when we were thinking through this or brainstorming this, we were all trying to anticipate a left only out to make that kind of work. So you're coming in through the existing access, but I think that is certainly something that we'll take a look at.
For my brain, one was a left only out on Meadow. But
Yeah.
that's fine.
and unless it's a true, somebody will go right.
Well, I don't know the impact of.
Yeah, I don't know either, but as long as we look at it, that's the main thing. That all I'm asking.
Yeah, I think it's certainly something that we'll discuss, and I have a meeting set up with the property owner on Wednesday to talk through the land use stuff, so I'll certainly talk through that. At that
When you say property owner of the current site.
Well, I can summarize this a lot quicker now, but the applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting at the beginning of August. 7 residents attended that meeting. Generally, they inquired about daycare operations, including like the hours of operations. They wanted to understand the site and building plans of the site, and playground screening, and then just overall construction timelines, both of the Angler project and how it would line up with the daycare timeline. So as I sort of just mentioned earlier this month, the Planning Commission reviewed the project. They supported the daycare use for the site and were excited and supported the pedestrian connections that would be provided as part of the project. And then, as I mentioned, they spent a majority of their time discussing the secondary access and just traffic through the area. And then on a 7-0 vote, they recommended approval. So with that, Mayor, turn it back to you for any questions.
What's a timeline, say if this goes through tonight, this is still only concept. When are you thinking construction? How long is a construction project like this?
The applicant's here this evening, so they're probably better suited. I know they have a pretty aggressive timeline.
Okay, if someone wants to come up, just state your name and address if you would for our records, and then we'll go from there.
Anthony Miller, 5026 Boulder Lane, Chaska. So to answer the question, if approved today, we would hope to be open Jan 1 of 26. So
And part of my concern about asking timing is Engler Boulevard's reconstruction next year would really cause issues with that, but well, we better be past that, right? We're saying they're gonna get it done next year. Right?
Yes, yeah.
So hopefully that won't be an issue, and that should alleviate some of the current traffic that does occur there. So, okay, that was because I was worried about taking off now and opening in July
yeah,
or, August, right before start of school.
it's a 8-month build. We're hoping for.
8 months?
Obviously, once the ground thaws, so.
Anybody else got any questions while they're up here?
I guess my question just was, I saw you guys held a neighborhood meeting, like 7 people attended. What were some of the things that, were any concerned about the traffic cut through, things of that nature?
Well, we had the meeting at the new rink room. I don't know if anybody's been in there. I don't think a lot of people knew where that was, which was the only room to book that night. It's literally right off the ice.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I don't know if people couldn't find it, but yeah,
In the community.
in the hockey rink.
Community center, there's
They
a.
must have opened
Yeah.
up the locker room change. Is that a rental room?
No, it's been-
It's a
It's there.
basic breakaway.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
okay.
don't need it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
The basic consensus was they wanted to make sure it wasn't a Taco Bell, but,
Why?
Like-
Because that would be fantastic.
just in like
At the bottom?
fast food in general. No, I think we tried to assure them that we wanted to be good neighbors. We wanted to be polite, and I think with our design and just we're good people that live in Chaska. We enjoy this community. We want to be, in this community for a long time. We did kind of say we'd keep traffic off of that road with our initial site plan, but we'll obviously do everything in our power to make what works work. It is a little concerning for us right away, just with the size of the land. If we did have to include that, it would alter our plan quite a bit.
By adding the second or
Yeah,
not?
if we were to add the second, you'd have to flip the entire site, put the playgrounds close to a busy road. It would, obviously adjust a lot of our things and cost a lot of money as well. But I understand the want for it, but at the end of the day, you're still making a left turn onto White Oak. So you're just making a different left turn. My uncle owns 2 Goddard schools. I bring my daughter to one of them. They have a one-in-way access with a turnaround, one way out. It serves us well. There's never been any issues with it. Typically, just to get into it, they say about 1 car per minute between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. So 1 additional car per minute. I think with the gas station already there's room for that. It's a wide enough road. And with the roundabout going in, hopefully this year.
Yeah.
We've been told it was going to be finished by the time we would be finished. So that would help very much. Knock on the wood there.
It's a heavy lift what they want to do next year, so hopefully they can get it done. There's a lot of parts with that, so.
If they weren't gonna get anything done next year, it would be stuff done by the community center.
Right.
So I feel pretty good about this quadrant here.
So, and like I said, that's a good thing that we're not, I just worried about you opening up and that thing's closed. You got nowhere to go. Sure, they're worried about that too. Yeah.
It would affect us very
Yeah.
much. So yes, we are. And I think at the absolute earliest November, so late
And
2020.
you guys are confident you got enough folks that you'll be able to fill?
Yeah, the numbers look really good. We're 159 kids.
Those are much needed right now.
Yeah, we'd be filling a void in the community. We think with having a young child, we've experienced trying to look for daycare. We have friends with young kids that are looking for daycare. I mean, everything's pretty.
It's already been said here, but you confident about getting staffing? That's the bigger thing nowadays?
That's a very good question. I hope that I'm a general manager of a restaurant right now, and so I'm used to hiring a lot of people at different times throughout the year, and so hopefully utilize that experience and bodies out here to Chaska.
Anybody else got a question? I mean, it's, again, for us, it's a concept, it's first step and work it out, whether or not that second exit is needed. I mean, it's not that big a deal to me, but if I just worry that if we put it and it goes out on Meadow Lane, that it's easier to take a right than it is to the left. And once they find out that just, you can go out and around in the loop.
Yeah.
But.
Can I speak to that?
Come on up.
This is my.
Just name and address, please.
Sure. Sorry, Aaron Amick, 3760 Bayside Road, Orono, Minnesota. Yeah, on that, so I'm actually, my wife and I, and definitely more my wife, because I would not be in this business if it wasn't for her. And she's sick, so she wasn't able to be here. All 3 of our locations, we actually own part of the Minnetonka location as well. All 3 of our locations have one in and out. Never been an issue. It's actually a fairly controlled day. You would think that everybody shows up at 7. Actually, since the pandemic, it's really more of a 7 to 10 drop off and a 3 to 6 pickup. It's really varied out. So it's still, between that kind of 9 and 3, it's pretty dead. And then obviously after we're closed, there's nobody coming in and out of there. So from a traffic perspective, we just don't see the backup. I gotta say, it's always been an issue when we've come to cities, but.
Are they like, cause
Mhm.
touched on it, there is another daycare that's in very close
Yes.
proximity and a gas station
Yep.
and a bank
Yep.
and other commercial offices.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, our Plymouth location is in the middle of a lot going on, and so is our Medina location. Actually, our Minnetonka location is too. There's definitely a lot going on around all 3 locations. You know, we just don't see the traffic backups. It's just never been an issue. And then I would love to address the kind of that one in and out thing. We really, 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 I don't know if I can say it many times, but want to stay away from going into the neighborhood side there. We feel that getting in and out of that one entrance and exit will be just fine, as I just said. The neighborhood, the people who did show up for the neighborhood were the ones who lived the closest. And they really liked our design. They didn't want us going into their neighborhood. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right, anyone else got anything?
I would just, my concept, I mean, in my history here, I've never voted no on a concept plan because it's a concept plan. I am worried about traffic. I would not be in favor of putting people on exit on Meadow. I think we'd create a bigger mess than we're kind of solve. I think that area is tricky. Can be with everything going on. So I worry about that, but you'll get to the studies and we'll look at that at the preliminary a little bit more because.
Like I say, I think by the time they open that roundabout, should eliminate.
I just
that.
need just that whole, I don't know how many feet from the roundabout to the other side
Oh,
with all that.
Some of that is because people can't get out on.
can't get out, yes,
Yeah.
that's a
So
lot.
it backs
That's
up
true.
and then you can't
That's
turn
true.
left.
That's why I say
That's true.
I'm up there and live
So to
there.
back up from the intersection, you're right,
Yes.
because I've tried to turn.
Yeah,
left.
then you try to turn left, you can't do it.
Can't do it.
That's fair.
So
That's fair. Okay,
I-
yeah, like I said, I think, and I would echo, there's a need in the community for daycare centers and so.
And I've heard nothing but good things about Goddard, so, but.
And I'm okay with like having a single entrance because I mean I think your business model is different. It's not like a middle school or something where you're just gonna like drop kids at the curb and then drive off, right? And they're not all coming at like, oh, they've all got to be here at 9 a.m. sharp because classes at that time. It's like when parents are, it works in the parent schedule, so it's a very kind of a different beast in terms of like scheduling than elementary school, middle school where bell rings and everyone's got to be in their seats. So I think it totally makes sense what you're saying. So I'd be fine with it as is. Well, I mean, short of the traffic study and the adjustments that are, needed from there.
All right. I think we're there. What I need from someone is to adopt resolution 2024 approving concept plan for the Goddard School.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. All same sign. Motion carries. Thanks. See you back at preliminary. All right, lastly, 8D, adopt resolution 2024-78 approving and adopting the assessment role for the 2024 street reconstruction. Is this a public hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mayor and Councilmember, I'll make this really quick. This is sort of a belt and suspenders sort of. As part of the downtown street project, the Highway 41 project, there was a separate contract that we did for all the paseos and signage and directional signage and parking signage, heritage walls, things like that. In order to finance those along with the rest of our costs for Highway 41, we have to be able to assess a certain number of properties. Well, we've done this before where we basically assess ourselves. This is, we have a total project cost of $2.7 million. We will be financing that over a 15-year period and expect about a 5.5% interest rate. But really need to take the action to actually assess these costs against our own properties. So it's not affecting anybody else, but it's meeting the requirements for financing. So again, we've done this before in some of our downtown street programs. In order to do this, we have to hold a public hearing in case there's anybody that has any comments.
Questions for Matt? Makes sense? All right, so if no one's got any comments, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing at 11:21. Anyone want to speak on it?
So many chairs.
All right, so I have no one here, so we'll warp to 11:22 and close the public hearing. With that, I need a, I'm in the wrong place here, hang on.
Should adopt resolution 2024-78 approving and adopting assessment role for the 2024 street reconstruction project.
Yeah, what he said. So is there someone willing to make a motion on 2024-78?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Long. Again, that's approving and adopting the assessment role for the 2024 street reconstruction. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. All right, we are on the bills. Anyone?
Yeah, I have 53 questions.
All right.
All right.
So actually, I only have
Night for you, huh?
I only have one tonight, so I'll keep it really short. On page 3, there's an item, a Boyer Ford trucks, and it's not specifically about this. Just wondering if like the lead time, what's the lead time for vehicle procurement? Been improving, because I remember the past couple of years it's been challenging to get vehicles, and it's been obviously a long wait to get them.
So earlier this year, it was difficult to get commitments from General Motors. And because they're really not catering to government pricing anymore. So that's why we ended up moving to Fords. Fords are really the only manufacturer that would commit to us actually taking possession of the vehicles in 2024. So that's one of the big reasons we moved over to Ford.
Is that Sterling? They're not Fords. I don't think.
No, they're Fords. These are pickups.
Like the medium duties,
Yeah, these.
They're
the
pickups?
light duty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
The silver, or like the 150s, right? 150s,
Yeah.
250s.
I thought they were $100,000.
I think that's the dump trucks that are in there.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
The
so
dump
this
trucks?
is-
General.
So the dump trucks take a year or more to put together. So yes, there is still a very big lead time on dump trucks for us to get those in there. And then the last one that Brian started talked about was our grass cutting equipment. So like Toro equipment is taking longer time to acquire. It took us 15 months to take ownership of our big soccer field mower.
Wow.
We have two 4100s that we ordered this spring. We won't see them until the summer of 2025.
Wow,
So
crazy.
some things there are long lead times on, sometimes some things there aren't.
So yeah, so depending on what it is, like
Yep.
it's nothing's back to real. It's not completely back to
It's
normal.
not completely back.
Yeah.
Are we prepaying anything for saving the money or can't we do that anymore?
Yeah, we can prepay.
Okay.
Yeah, but we also can get the government contract pricing too.
And so then the state is just, we're using state contracts,
Yep.
right? So then, but it's really only Ford that's providing that more competitive pricing, and then GM, Dodge, Ram and stuff, they're just not.
Yeah, the longer lead times are sort of getting away from that pricing for government.
So they're just like, whatever, it's like, wow, okay. So basically it's like, whatever state gets on Ford products is pretty much what we're able to get.
Mhm.
Yeah, gotcha. Does that impact our our maintenance department of having to stock like different parts and things like that, or?
Yeah, I mean, as we switch over vehicles, it will. I mean, yeah, I mean, it will eventually have impact on that. Yep.
Okay. Well, that's all I got.
All right, anyone else? I would need a motion to pay the bills.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hubbard to pay the bills. Discussion. Hearing none. Elise?
Yes.
Councilmember Howard? Yes. Councilmember Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Grau?
Yes.
Yes. All right, how about Councilmember Hatfield?
I'll be quick, because it is late. This Saturday, you can trick or treat your face off here in Chaska.
Wow, that's a new one. Let's get after that.
Chaska
Creepy.
Commons, 11 to 2, then you go downtown, 2 to, I didn't write the end times, you have to look that up. And then, you can go to the Halloween Jamboree at 4 to 6 at the community
It's 2 to
center.
4 and then they.
Yeah, literally, we're
Yeah.
not kidding
Go
you.
from one to the other to the other to the other.
It's gonna be amazing. So lots
You
of
gonna
trick.
be there going?
Yeah, I'm gonna be the
Yeah.
whole time, I'm gonna be trick or treating.
You go there full of sugar.
And then,
We'll have a council meeting right after with the sugar rush.
coming up also, I was excited to see Celebrate India is an event happening at 6 p.m. at the lodge this Friday. So that's exciting to see that event, here in Chaska. I think it's the first time we're doing that one. Pretty sure. Okay, thank you. And then the Katarina Parade is November 1st, the next Friday from 5 to 9 at the event center. So lots of fun events here in Chaska. Another thing I want to just mention that Bountiful Basket posted today that there are between 600 and 800 local Carver County families who will find it difficult to put traditional Thanksgiving meals on their table. So they've teamed up with 5 other organizations to raise funds and get food for those families. And so they're asking for donations, either monetary or you can bring in some of the most needed items or things like pumpkin, stovetop stuffing, cranberries, brownies, mashed potatoes, things like that. So you can look at their Facebook or website for more information, but that was just a thought that Thanksgiving is coming up quick. And that number kind of shocked me, the 600 and 800. You just, you know it's out there, but you don't realize it. That doesn't mean they can't put food on the table, but to put an extra meal like that can definitely put a strain on families when they want to be able to do that. So Bountiful Basket could use your help right now to do that. So yeah, that's everything.
I just want to add to that. I'd like to give kudos to our police and fire department for their Battle of the Badges. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but they brought in a lot of poundage of food. So I just want to say thanks to both organizations for doing that. And obviously you heard from Councilmember Hatfield, there's a definite need. So congratulations and thanks to those 2
It was
organizations for
650 pounds
650.
between fire and police they brought in.
And I will have to say, the police beat the fire guys pretty handily, so can't even say it was close. All right, Councilmember Hubbard.
Most was mentioned. I think one other Halloween activity you
There
can
can't be more.
partake in. There is actually one more that I want to highlight. It's the Halloween Fun Night. It's on Tuesday, October 29th. So if you're out of town on Saturday, but you still want to get in on some Halloween fun, it's at McKnight Park from 5 to 7 p.m. There'll be free candy, coloring station games, activities, hot chocolate.
Who's hosting that?
This is sponsored by RG Insurance Agency, Caribou Coffee, and The Forge, and it's Jonathan Association and Chaska Police Department are hosting.
Oh.
So
Quite a group.
yeah, so I think that sounds like a fun time. And then also my son and I went to the Chaska History Center's Haunting and History Tour on Saturday. Really nice night for that, but it was really fun to walk around downtown Chaska at night and hear ghost stories, I guess, of some of the.
Right now.
Huh?
How's he sleeping at night
He
now?
does good. He did good. He was a little nervous when we got home at first, but so the ghost did not follow us home. You know, we don't have the history in our home. But no, it was really fun to learn a little history, hear some stories. Yeah, it's wonderful. I think that's it. Oh, I have one more thing. Well, so the yard waste is coming up this Saturday as well. And I don't know the specific times, but I did have a resident that asked, why don't we do that more like ongoing? Or I said it's probably a resource and space issue since we use athletic park for this.
Well, we have to contract to have people come, so it's not an inexpensive event for us to hold. And so we end up getting, if you look on your Carver County tax statement, there's solid waste line. So they redistribute those dollars to cities to be able to host events like that. So it's mainly a cost issue.
Okay, because yeah, he was saying, oh, there's so many other surrounding communities have this. How come we don't?
Yeah. All right.
That's it.
That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Wong?
Only a couple things. On Wednesday, November 6th, at Southwest Transit Station in Eden Prairie, we'll be having the launch for the autonomous vehicle service that Southwest Transit is kicking off. We'll be the first ones to have autonomous vehicles here in the Twin Cities, as we kind of talked about before. So that'll be the big event. So Wednesday, November 6th, and the only other thing is the weekend of December 7th, we'll having the hometown holiday, tree lighting at 100 Club. We'll be having all of those events and kicking off the beginning of December. And from the bi-weekly, there's a couple of items too. I was really pleased to see that Chaska Business News update. I think that's really helpful to kind of see that summary of like, hey, here's what's going on. So I think it's a really great resource. So thank you guys for putting it together.
That was great.
Yeah.
Was that Ashley?
Julie did that.
Julie?
Yeah. So love seeing that. So it's really cool. And also thank you to Ashley and congratulations for getting the 2 grants to totaling $1 million to preserve the big woods in the Southwest Chaska Park. And that's a big deal. I mean, not a small amount of money to bring in, and certainly it's a huge. That'll go a long way towards helping to make it a better park with more natural amenities. So thank you very much, and for anyone who helped her too, thank you. So that's all I've got.
Did we talk about this about Southwest Transit being the transit?
No, you're actually right.
Let's do that.
We talked
We
about
did
it the last
Oh,
one.
we didn't mention the last one.
Okay, I
yeah.
couldn't remember. I thought we did because it like came in that night.
It was that night. It was that evening.
Something
Yeah.
like that, because I brought it to Tab and they didn't even know about it, the
Yeah.
rep.
So Southwest Transit was the transit provider of the year from MPTA, the Minnesota Public Transit Association. Yep.
So that's a great award. So congratulations to them.
Huge award. We were nominated by our friends over at MBTA. So
That's so
yeah.
nice.
Yep. So
All right, Councilmember McGraw.
Just before we meet again, it is Halloween on the 31st. Slow down, look for kids in the street. I will also don't point out for those who maybe don't have kids in the school system, there's no school the next day. So kids may be able to be out later. There's no school.
Yeah, I heard they made it a holiday now.
It's
Put them back in there.
Interesting enough, for the next 3 weeks, they don't go a full week because they have today off, and then they have Monday off, and last week. So, but I only put that out because kids will be like, if you're like my son who thinks that's a reason he can be out later because he doesn't have to wake up. Dusk, dark, be smart, just take your time. We're all distracted, put the phone down, just drive safely in neighborhoods and be aware that lots of kids are gonna be out. I have not seen the weather forecast. I don't know what it'll be. What's it gonna be like? Might be too hot, 80 degrees, who knows? So,
I'm not hearing the S word, so life's good.
yeah, so, yeah, we're going through that. So I just shout out, just appreciate that. I know particular neighborhoods can get pretty busy and kids like to get an early start and you're getting home from work and like I said, just they may be out a little bit later than usual because of the no school the following day. That is all.
All right. Nate. Please.
Just gonna bring your attention to the business update, and if there's anything you're interested in seeing on that, let us know and we'll Julie will add to it.
Like, what's happening with the KFC? Because everyone keeps asking.
Oh, no.
Well, now we're gonna be. Oh,
How about those twins?
that's not a good topic either.
Yeah.
Christoph, anything? Matt?
Nope.
All right, just a couple things. I stopped out at the new pickleball courts at Lions Park. They really fit in there nice. I think the fence is up now. I'm not sure. I was there. They thought guys were telling me the fence was coming. They were paving some trails and doing a little bit, but that'll be really a nice addition. Pickleball came up here earlier tonight, but pickleball is still fast and furious, so that will give another opportunity. So we'll have, that's 5 new ones plus the 4, so we'll have 9
That's
9
good.
courts there, and I assume the new park would probably have some.
Probably.
So that would give us a nice mix of those, so. And I don't think we said it, but part of the trail is already paved. I maybe brought it up at the last one, I don't know, and they're getting close, but someone told me the bridge, they were leaving the supports and they were just gonna bring a bridge in and drop it, a completed bridge, but now all of those supports have been taken out.
Yeah, I asked Matt that afterwards and he said no.
So now they gotta pour and do all that?
Yep.
Okay, cause I was gonna say, so it must have been you that told me that, and all of a sudden I saw them digging everything out, and I went, well, that doesn't make sense, so, okay, so they gotta do that, all right. All right, I as well had Halloween about slowing down, be careful of the kids, so it's already been talked about. I think everything else has been hit. Next meetings, I didn't look. I haven't.
November 3rd, 4th.
Fourth.
Yep.
We do have a work session before that. That'll be the budget for the utility funds.
Oh, and one other thing is that, was it that, early voting is open too, so if you would like to vote and not like, stand in line on election day, the early voting is available at the government center.
I guess we'll meet before voting happens.
Yep, we'll meet the night before.
Yep.
So November 4th is our next, then 13th, 18th, we'll have a work session. And then I don't have that here, it's somewhere here, isn't it? About elections, so we're having our
13th.
the 13th, because the county we couldn't get together there till the 13th, so we moved ours, certifying is it search, not to vote, certifying, canvassing the election, so we'll be doing that on November 13th at 5:30, sound right?
Yep.
And then I do that for the county, and that'll be at 9 o'clock, so that'll get us done. And I already talked about the Veterans Park Road signage. I think that'll be just a nice little touch for that whole little area there, so yeah, I think that's about it. So, oh yeah, Fishing with Friends banquet is the 30th, and I know that I believe that the whole council's been invited to that, so if somebody's hosting that, they're all gonna be there.
I saw that invite.
No,
I think it's this Wednesday.
isn't that the 30th? I don't know the calendar.
I don't think I saw
It
any.
says Fishing with Friends annual banquet Wednesday the 30th, but I think you're right, it's 23rd.
It's October 23rd.
All right, thanks, to man behind the wall. It is the 23rd, so this is a mistake, so it's this Wednesday.
Did I put that in the bi-weekly?
You put in the bi-weekly, yeah.
I put the wrong date?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that where our invitation is? So that is our.
That was your invitation.
Oh, I was thinking we got an email. Okay, I did see that, but
Yeah.
I didn't.
Let me know if you plan on going so I can post it if we have a quorum. But they also need to know if you're gonna eat dinner there, they need a dinner count.
Yeah, because
Might have missed that, but
yeah.
Can't go.
so anyways, so nobody's going?
I'm going.
I intend to stop in, so, all right, we don't need a posting then, we're good. All right, I think that's it. Last call, anyone? Go home.
Let's do adjourn.
All right,
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Gross, second by Councilmember Wong to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Thanks everyone for hanging in with us. Have a good night. See you next week.